بكثير من المطلوب للعمليات الإنسانية. وقال جريفيث في مؤتمر صحفي بجنيف إن الوقود هو المحرك للكهرباء وتحلية المياه وللمستشفيات وكذلك للشاحنات التي تنقل المساعدات من
flying machines. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation welcomes you to the second day of the workshop on countering the financing of terrorism, investigations, and new technologies. The agenda for today's session can be viewed by scanning the barcode presented on the table in front of you and on your screen. For those who were not around yesterday, we would like to bring to your attention that the workshop will be conducted in both Arabic and English languages. The esteemed guests presented physically with us today can make use of the available headsets provided to access your required translation. Dear guests attending virtually, kindly set your preferred language from the interpretation options available on your screen. However, please be sure to pause the video before moving to your required translation page. حضورنا الكرام، ستقدم ورشة عمل اليوم باللغة.
This is just a reminder that the workshop will be held in both English and Arabic. You can use the translation services through the headsets if you are physically present here, or you can use the interpretation button in order to obtain the interpretation service if you are with us remotely.
Now, without further delay, we will start our first session on combating TF using virtual assets. For that, we would like to welcome our speaker, Mr. Alexander Maliashu from the UNODC, to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for attending this conference. Thank you to the organizers for organizing such a useful event. My name is Alexander Maliashu. I'm representing the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime here. I'm really fresh in the country, just my first week since I joined our office in Abu Dhabi. And it's the first event that I'm attending in this capacity. Briefly, I would like to introduce myself. I have more than 20 years of experience in international law enforcement cooperation. Started with a law degree and then moved over to digital forensic cybercrime investigation. And since about 7 years, I was deeply involved in the development and delivery of the training courses on cryptocurrency, virtual assets, if you will, investigations. And that brought me to UNODC, and the last 2 years I've been starting or maybe restarting the program of the global program of the against money laundering, proceeds of crime, and terrorist financing, starting the virtual assets work stream, as we call it now. And this work stream started with development of some training courses. And what I'm going to talk about today is kind of a mix of a glimpse of the terrorist financing, virtual asset transactions typologist very briefly, and overview of the work that we are doing now and of the work that is planned to give you the idea where UNODC, especially GPML, Global Program Against Money Laundering, stands in this area and the assistance that we can provide. So that's the diagram here, shows the path we are following. GPML was created to support the mandate in assisting the countries in building legal and regulatory frameworks and building institutional infrastructure and practitioner skills to maintain those frameworks against money laundering and terrorist financing. That's when it's all started. Moving on to the FATF Recommendation 15, which I'm sure everybody is well aware of. Virtual assets, well, new technologies. Out of all new technologies, we ironically call virtual assets also new, with the Bitcoin being 14 years old. Well, that's the terminology we stick to. Maybe it will change one day, but at this moment of time, we're still calling it like this. And it brought GPML, it brought us to the idea of building a comprehensive technical assistance virtual asset program. Basically, we call it from detection to conviction. Detection at the level of first responders, detection at the level of the FIUs and police, taking it over to investigation, to prosecutors, to court, to asset management, well, seizing, confiscation, asset management, and all those steps. It's impossible to build capacities in any jurisdiction without looking at this whole process at the same time. We can have a brilliant new Virtual Asset Act legislation, but no capacity to implement it. And this is what I've been doing for the last 2 years, trying to initiate with the training courses, developing them and trying to see where the needs are. And it's not only the skills, it's all these processes all together which are very, very important. Speaking of the terrorist financing, as I promised, there's a glimpse into the terrorist financing and use of virtual assets here. I just wanted to go briefly over the stages of terrorist financing, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. We have raising, storing, moving, and using. And if we look at those one by one, you will see that generally the way the funds are coming in, the fundraising, could be probably the most unique, if you will, stage compared to any other crime that includes or uses virtual assets as the financial instrument. Because, of course, financing terrorism is not just a transaction. We have essentially perpetrators on both sides. We have financiers, small or larger scale, and we have the recipients, the terrorist organizations that are somehow encouraging to share funds with them. So this stage is slightly different because the source is the on-ramping fiat to virtual assets is a little bit unique compared to all other crimes. We have cash, we have payment cards. It could be proceeds of businesses, criminal or licit or illicit, which can be also received in virtual assets, not necessarily in fiat. So all of those aspects need to be taken into account when analyzing those transactions still in the at the border and the edge of the fiat world and virtual assets world. The origin of those transactions would be, again, because it's dictated by the source. So it can be VASPs, virtual asset service providers. It can come from unhosted wallets, so privately owned wallets, where users, owners of those wallets, are in possession of the private keys. So essentially, for us, it means we don't know who it is. Crypto ATMs, they're out there. Many countries have them. Very rarely they're well secured or surveilled, and they kind of provide a little bit of a leeway for perpetrators to use them to go from fiat to virtual assets. Also the use of crypto vouchers, which has been rising a few years ago in some of the countries, and from what I hear from experts, from law enforcement with who I work, it's going on to the decline because companies have the companies that issue those vouchers, which basically give you like any voucher, like any business, a certain credit in virtual assets. They've realized how detrimental it could be to the image because of this potential abuse. Nevertheless, it's still the case, and those can be obtained in some jurisdictions, and they are known to have been used for terrorist financing, especially in small amounts. Destination of the transactions in the raising, fundraising stage, of course, in most cases is going to be unhosted wallet addresses, meaning the criminals at this stage, maybe not like 5, 6, 7 years ago, they do not really use a virtual asset service provider, even with fake documents, fake IDs. It's a very rare case these days. And the methods of transacting from source to destinations would be, of course, money mule account. So that is the fake IDs. There were some presentations yesterday that showed some of those elements. Money mule accounts at VASPs, peer-to-peer transactions, that is unhosted wallet address to an unhosted wallet address where there's no intermediary such as a centralized exchange that could potentially provide some KYC, know your customer data. Or in case of vouchers, different kinds of vouchers, we're talking about actually paper, sheets of paper with some PIN codes on them. And many cases that I've heard of, I work with the law enforcement in many countries, especially in Europe, they've been using those vouchers, the PIN codes, who would send over the messengers to the fundraising campaign coordinators. So then they would take over from, let's say, France or Spain, and then you would see this funds being accredited to some VASPs in completely different jurisdictions far away. What's also common for the fundraising stage is not the literal encouragement to support a particular terrorist group, but of course, also was mentioned yesterday, I've seen the campaigns without the TF context, such as charity is the most common thing. Like this is an example which I just took from one of my training courses where we talk about that. Like for instance, just buy food for families in affected region. And of course, it may not be easy to prove that this is actually the money that goes to finance terrorist activities. In terms of distribution of the recipient addresses, so addresses that receive funds for terrorist financing, we also already a long time moved from an address which people just hold. There was a famous picture where a group of terrorists hold a huge kind of board with the address, Bitcoin address on it. Addresses are no longer made public. They've quickly realized that this is a very silly way of obfuscating their own activities, and addresses are mainly distributed individually through encrypted messages. And by encrypted messengers, we probably mean any messenger these days. It's hard to come by a messenger that doesn't have end-to-end encryption. So it's not necessarily something very specific. WhatsApp and like messengers like this, a good example of that. Moving over to storing and moving, well, moving to moving. These two phases of terrorist financing, generally talk about them combined, also in the training courses, because sometimes it's a process that can last for a very short time. Sometimes it's a process that can last significantly longer and changing from moving to storing. Why? Of course, because of the nature of the funds and the amounts that are being raised. So this is the stage where we're talking about the obfuscation, because before you actually can start getting start using the funds, buying something, we'll talk about it in the next slide, procuring some resources, you need to make sure that these funds are clean. And the obfuscation by using exchangers, traditional exchangers are perfect obfuscators. If they lack KYC, if they lack technology to verify the identity and all those things, they are also perfect obfuscation vehicles. Mixers, of course. Just a note, whenever I talk about mixers and whenever I hear people talk about mixers, we often hear mixers and tumblers. People just can't stop the use tumbler, and I just encourage every audience I talk to stop using the word tumbler, because it's in every book, everybody repeats it. It's the same, right? But there's no need to use two words, this or that. It's just a mixer. It makes more sense. So mixers, which can be and exist for different kind of cryptocurrencies, for Bitcoin, for Ethereum, and others. And also the most dangerous, is still very difficult way to investigate, is the combination of traditional methods and virtual assets, and particularly Hawala. I've been also working with some colleagues and with law enforcement as well, and they confirm that if, well, that's kind of an advice for perpetrators, if properly implemented, this is incredibly, I mean, I don't want to say impossible to investigate, to untie, because physical, the hawala detaches the two funds, streams of funds. And when you add to this properly organized virtual asset flows, it makes it incredibly more complex to look at, because the blockchain will no longer contain the data that can be connected logically. You would need traditional investigation methods here to get maybe to the people, to find informants and so on, who would prove certain aspects of it, so you can connect the dots. In terms of the transactions typologies, at this stages, as I said, past the raising stage, there's not much difference to any other crime, because you essentially have funds, criminally obtained funds, or any other way, just receive funds, and you just make sure that they are clean, so they potentially will not be earmarked or tagged by compliance systems at VASPs as coming from criminal activities, and they're ready for targeted use. So they can be consolidated, because often they come in smaller amounts. They can be consolidated into larger amounts, or then split into, again, smaller chunks because of the nature of the, let's say, terrorist group. The way they operate, to split into smaller amounts would mean they would probably separate the streams and assign certain individuals responsible for certain activities. And also, it's an optional phase, but some cases I was familiarized with by my law enforcement colleagues. Actually, while the funds are there, and as you probably know, there's such thing as decentralized finance. There are a lot of financial products available in the virtual asset space, and these products sometimes can earn you quite a good profit, and that's not something that terrorist groups or criminals in general actually avoid. Once they have the funds, which are lying dormant until they need them, they might use them with some of those platforms, using those financial products to actually earn interest and trade, and especially that is possible and less risky with decentralized exchanges, which are essentially contracts, smart contracts that operate automatically without somebody's vetting and somebody doing any KYC. So these are the specifics of the storing and moving. And of course, moving on to using here, that's pretty straightforward. Again, like with any other type of activity, you have to purchase something, whether it's goods, services. Of course, if we look at the criminal side of things, dark web is being heavily used for that. This is where the first really criminal use of virtual assets was detected quite a while ago. So financing activities, training, travel, public campaigns, if you will, etc., etc. Paying group members, paying families have to support that activities. So that means just outgoing transactions into multiple addresses, multiple wallet addresses that would may or may not be connected to the terrorist group. So if it's a purchase of something from another company, from the vendor on the dark web, then it obviously goes there. And if it's a private address, it might be just a member of the terrorist group that receives it for further disbursement. So just to summarize a few points here. So with the terrorist financing, the transaction specifics are the following. It may not be all, but just to generalize at this level, usually we're talking about smaller amounts, and you don't need a lot of funds to organize a terrorist attack these days. So when $100, $250 trickling in all, you will end up with tens of thousands and here you go, you can already do something malicious. Obviously, they're under the threshold, which we all talk about, and they're significantly under the threshold most of the time, at least until the funds will start moving forward into storing and moving phase when they're consolidated, but then they are already do not have the attribution because of the being held as virtual assets. So specific methods of distributing addresses, as I mentioned, so for receiving funds for terrorist financing, it's sort of a unique way. It's crowdfunding, if you wish. So the addresses are now distributed through messengers individually to potential financiers, and different campaign labeling, like charity, for instance. So all of it a little bit different compared to others because the nature of the crime, of course, is so much different. But further on, the transaction typologies do not really differ much from any other criminal activities because essentially virtual assets are used as a financial instrument and they're used to purchase, to pay, to do all those things you would normally do with fiat, except we have the problem here. It's not fiat, there's no attribution, and they know that law enforcement and financial intelligence in most countries are not very well equipped to untie the knot of those transactions. So that gives them an edge. Obfuscation methods, again, are the same. There's nothing new in terrorist financing in terms of obfuscation. So all the criminals use the same technologies, the same capabilities that are out there for everybody else. So as much as we may not be able to, let's say, deobfuscate the hacking of a VASP, for instance, when, let's say, out of the blue, for example, Lazarus Group would hack a VASP or an exchange platform and move the funds and start using some mixer. It's exactly the same way. It's only the amounts that might be different in this case. Moving over to the overview of our work, I already mentioned a few things. I just want to go a little bit in detail to finish this presentation. So just to make you understand where the UNODC and then the global program against money laundering is heading to. So in the past 2 years, that was actually, this is the result of the work that I've been doing, delivering, first of course developing, along with many practitioners, police officers, prosecutors, judges, lawyers, blockchain investigators from many countries that were assisting me in that, building 2 5-day courses and delivering it to quite a few countries. The fundamentals course, I'm not going to read what it includes here, and the slides I believe will be available, but obviously it's the fundamentals and it's aimed at anyone. Anyone from zero can start it. So of course we talk about essentials, we talk about crypto identifiers, we talk about what is out there, like what are the VASPs, how they can be different, what are the risks, and look into seizing, how seizing happens. With seizing happens physically from obtained private keys or wallet applications if there's a password available and so on. And of course, legal aspects for prosecution and judiciary. All of the courses are made, what we're doing, they're modular. We're trying, whenever we have a country that's requesting assistance, we're trying to make it fit into their requirements. While fundamentals course, of course, is the most universal. So if somebody wants to start and bring everybody to, it's not from zero to hero necessarily, but it's from zero to sound understanding of the concepts and the capabilities that needed to be developed further. And further on, we moved over to the course that aims specifically at FIU analysts and law enforcement financial investigators. And I emphasize here financial investigators, although, to be honest, when we organize these courses, we often end up with cybercrime investigators being in the room, in the audience. And it's not necessarily wrong, but it just reminds me of this of many years in last decades where a lot of things were moving. And when the cybercrime units were established in many countries, when cybercrime was just the first thing, then there came cyber-enabled crime, and it was those units were overwhelmed with work, which is not necessarily what they need to do. So the level, the bar has raised, and the same kind of happened with the crypto crime, the crypto-enabled crime. Again, it first goes to cybercrime units because those people are potentially more knowledgeable and equipped about it. Here comes the catch, and that's not just my opinion, it's opinion of a lot of people, a lot of experts, a lot of really advanced experts in blockchain investigation. It is a financial crime, it is a financial instrument. And as much as cybercrime individuals, the cybercrime investigators can also do it or have knowledge in this area, it needs a financial mindset, a financial investigator mindset to excel in this or to be better in this. That is not to say, of course, that if you're not a financial investigator, you cannot do it. I was not trained as a financial investigator. It takes a while. You get there eventually. However, it's important to make sure that the same people that are investigating money laundering in traditional way, because nothing really is changing. What is changing is just the financial instrument, the vehicle, and how the funds are moved from one system to another and so on. And of course, technology enables some certain features which are not available in the traditional finance. So the second course is more aimed at those people, and it's all about tracing transactions. Because, of course, we want to get to a perpetrator, we want to seize funds. Usually we want both. But in order to get to this person, we need to look into sometimes thousands of transactions that need to be analyzed, and we need to make sense of. Here, of course, comes the need for blockchain analytics software, and I think we have some private sector in the audience and who will present later today. Those tools are incredibly useful. However, and it's not that I use them myself, and they are needed. The word of warning is that people who investigate that, they need to understand how these tools work and how transactions work. These tools do not provide you a guarantee. They're all based on probabilistic, it's a guesswork, it's a guesstimate, if you will. A lot of innocent people had their funds frozen just because an investigator would not verify the result of the tool. And just a request to Binance, for instance. Binance, okay, happy, you're law enforcement, the funds are frozen. You don't want to do that, right? You don't want to start freezing funds of people who maybe it's their only investment opportunity at this moment. So that is why it is incredibly important to make sure that the people who use those tools, they also have the knowledge and understanding and can actually verify the results of those tools. It doesn't mean they have to do it manually, because what we are doing in our courses, we are tools agnostic. We present them the tools as well, but we're teaching people how to understand what's behind certain typologies, patterns of transactions, and how to prove potentially that the funds have changed hands or they stay with the same owner. And it's all potential, but there are indicators that are out there that one can look at and determine that. So that's an important aspect. So from that, in order to inform ourselves and in order to also, of course, encourage sharing of information about the cases, we also organize semi-annual expert group meeting in Vienna. I've organized already 3. The 4th is coming next month, in less than a month from now. This time is going to be merged virtual assets and professional money laundering network, because we've realized we have practically the same people attending these 2 separate expert group meetings. But essentially what we want there is only experts with hands-on investigation experience that is bringing cases, if you will, desensitized. Nothing is shared, Chatham House rules. And we're focusing not on the facts we have seized, we have done this. We're focusing on trying to uncover and explain the methodologies used by the criminals and used by the investigators to solve those cases. And this platform that we've built, this meeting, has helped already quite a few investigations to merge their efforts, because the crime, of course, and the crypto virtual assets are cross-boundary. It's not just country, and we have a lot of merged cases thanks to that. We also have private sector and academia day since the meeting that we had back in June, I think. So we invite private sector not to talk about how great the tools are, but to talk about how we can work together better and more efficiently. And of course, it informs the development of the courses that we are doing now, and we're developing further and review. Also, as part of our mandate, we provide mentoring. That is especially with those countries, with those people that have been trained, mentoring and helping them to investigate, again, desensitized cases. So assistance with transaction tracing and identifying opportunities in those cases. And what's the plan? Remember, in the beginning I said from detection to conviction. That's kind of an unofficial motto of the GPML virtual asset workstream. So in addition to that, to continuous development of tracing, because tracing is at the core. If you don't know how to trace, if you do not keep up with the updates in that space, there's basically not much you can do. Maybe only simple cases with people who just started thinking that it's really anonymous. Many jurisdictions still have, and then we can get back to the FATF recommendation 15 compliance, still do not have the good idea of what the risks they're facing. I've been working last years a lot in the Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa region. And it was, in the beginning, it was difficult to talk to people. Well, on one hand, they're interested in getting assistance. On the other hand, they say, well, nothing is going on in our countries. I said, nothing is going on. It's just because you don't see it, it doesn't exist. And what happened, and it's confirmed by some reports coming from private sector, is that it's the most dynamic region where peer-to-peer transactions are active. So no VASPs, no centralized exchanges, but people have phones and they know what to do with them. So risks are there. National risk assessment. I don't remember if anybody was talking about yesterday, there are several tools available, World Bank, IMF, and so on. So we're not trying to reinvent a bicycle here. We are working with some of those tools, and a couple of projects are coming up that we will assist certain jurisdictions in facilitating those risk assessments. And out of that, of course, comes legislative drafting. Very few countries that have legislation and regulation already developed, along with, of course, the capacities to implement it. So that's another activity, type of activity that we provide. Again, out of that comes the supervisory trainers. So once you have a regulator, and we need to make sure that these people are well on top of the game and they can conduct the daily activities the most efficient way. The courses now we are participating together with the Egmont Secretariat in developing a supervisory training course. Of course, reviewing what is already done. Practically, when I deliver a course with my other co-trainers, every delivery is an update. Fundamentals, maybe not so much when we talk about essentials, but the substance, the examples, and the changes that are happening in the virtual asset space are it's very dynamic and volatile. So every delivery is an update. But of course, we also start moving things like from maybe more advanced stuff into the more basic stuff, although we try to avoid saying basic or advanced that much. And then the plan includes the developing operational guidelines. We've done already a few templates. People love templates. requests to WASPs, STRs, standard STRs for reporting, because many jurisdictions have banks, for instance, financial institutions, who report it in a way that those reports are a bit useless. So providing them with more efficient way of reporting makes sense. MLAs, courts, seizure orders, etc., etc. Seizing and confiscation, we have it already, but we're focusing on building a bit bigger module on that, combining both physical seizure and also through the WASP. And in the end, we're looking at the whole process, leading to a mock-up trial, bringing prosecutors, judiciary, and having a case. And this case, at least in my plan, in my head, is going to be informed by the cases that are presented at this expert group meeting that we have semi-annually. This is also one good use of that meeting, of that audience. And finally, once we have the funds available, so we have the conviction, we have to do something with those funds. And I've heard a lot of different opinions what to do with them, how to deal with them. I'm not giving you my opinion here. Every jurisdiction can decide up to in accordance to their regulation, but asset management is an important thing. Whether you want to sell it, how? Should you outsource it? Should you create national capacity to manage those assets along with the traditional assets? That is also another option. Of course, we were looking specifically into virtual assets management strategies here. So these are the things that are coming about in, let's say, next year or so. Some of the things in the plan are already in the works. And this is what the UNODC, the GPML program, is offering. And I'll be happy to, I don't know if we have a questions answer session, but answer your questions either here or after the, in the coffee break and the lunch break. Thank you so much, and thank you for your attention and for listening.
Thank you, Alexander. For this session, I would like to now welcome to the stage Mr. Abdel Sattar Al-Najjar from the Egyptian FIU on his session Seizure, Confiscation and Management of Virtual Assets, Best Practices and Case Examples.
Good morning. Good morning again. It's me, Abdel Sattar from the Egyptian Financial Intelligence Unit. I hope everyone had a very nice and pleasant night yesterday. Today, I will actually start relying on one of the most important aspects that my colleague has already hampered on, which relates to the understanding of risk of the virtual assets, and then we dig further to the seizure and confiscation things. Yesterday, we have tackled some best practices on the proper investigation leads, what are the triggers, what to take care of, and then we should be expecting some funds at hand to be seized, frozen, confiscated, and managed in a way or another. But I was approached yesterday by some of our colleagues. Yes, hello, yes. Worry not, I'm not going to repeat recommendation 15. I'm just hampering on one of the most important aspects, because there's no one size fits all when it comes to the virtual assets. Because we travel a lot, we see many countries, anxiety on how to deal with the virtual assets. And when you speak with authorities and even the private sector, regulator, have you spotted any cases relating to virtual assets, no matter the type? And they said no. Have you found anything on the open source? No. Did you find any triggers in the suspicious reports that you received in the Financial Intelligence Unit? No. Do you receive cases from abroad? No. Do you have any adoption whatsoever in your country? No. And they are still insisting on establishing this very technical and specialized entity handling the whole thing. I'm not saying that you should not look into, but the backbone of the FATF standards is the risk-based approach. So the higher the risk, the more resources should be put in place. And that's why according to the most recent amendments on Recommendation 15, FATF asked countries to firstly, and underline the word firstly, identify and assess the money laundering and terrorism financing risks associated with the virtual assets and activities of virtual asset service providers, and in addition as well to the new technology that has been grandfathered in the previous versions. So this is very important. Once you have identified and assessed the risk, you have a specific understanding of the risk rating, what are the vulnerabilities, what are the main threats that you may or may not face based on your context as a country, and you should be applying a risk-based approach to all your I would say measures, whether on the regulatory, financial intelligence, prosecutorial agencies, and whatsoever. So the backbone of this thing is is risk-based approach. So I'll give you an example. When a country with massively and intensively cash-based transactions with very minimal or almost none use of the virtual assets. So you should have firstly identified and assessed the risk, and you put measures in place whether to regulate, to restrict, and this also comes has to do with the risk-based approach, commensurate with the risk identifiers. Okay, so you'll find that the field is nice and is very profitable, and you as a country, you decided to regulate, register, license the virtual assets. Okay, so as a country, you have to ask your virtual asset service providers, which now you deal with them as a financial institution, to themselves identify and assess and manage the risk of money laundering, taking into consideration what you have understood, identified, and assessed on the national level when it comes to the virtual assets. So this is very important also to be taken into consideration. Regulatory and supervisory authorities should have in place guidelines, feedback to those virtual asset service providers, how to implement the CDD procedures, what do we expect from them. For example, if you decide to regulate a VASP, there must be an obligation for those VASP to make all information available. Because, for example, one of the most important activities done by the VASP is transfer of funds, right? And this has been tackled very extensively yesterday and today vis-a-vis the misuse in terrorism financing or probability of being misused in terrorism financing. So as a regulator and an investigator, I need to have information in hand, the name, address, background, profile of those customers sending and receiving funds. And luckily, they are required also to report suspicious transactions, because we have heard yesterday our colleagues speaking about the red flag indicators relating to this field. I'm not going to repeat them. And most importantly, the last thing I would hammer here on Recommendation 15 is the ultimate and maximum use of international cooperation channels to get information. One of the things that I spoke about yesterday, you should identify firstly if this transaction at hand in investigation or relating to the subject or probably relating to a VASP, is it peer-to-peer? Is there an intermediary? Where this intermediary is located exactly, so that you can go to your financial intelligence unit and you seek financial information and profiling about this person. And from part of our experience in Egypt, we use this channel very extensively, and I would say we receive substantive amounts, spreadsheets like this, including the main identifiers, the transaction hashes, volumes, and any possible relation to fraud or any organized crime. Because nowadays, we started just to hear back in 2009 about Bitcoin. Now we have so many jargons in the industry. We have Bitcoin, we have the blockchain, the decentralized finance, the decentralized application, virtual currency, cryptocurrency, virtual asset service providers. So all these jargons we all learn on the go. So it's not a matter of when you start at the country, you should have 100% of knowledge, 100% of technical capacities. No, it's not like this. We gradually do things. And most importantly, again, risk-based approach. Okay, so why should we focus on the use of the virtual assets? It's because the adoption index is getting higher and higher. Minimally, the daily trading volume is surpassing $1 billion in most of the instances. So, having spoken about the risk assessment, this gives us an idea that my country or your country might be vulnerable to having any misuse of the virtual assets in financial crime. It's not only Bitcoin, so we have, we're going to tackle it in details now. So many people, when you speak about virtual assets, they just say Bitcoin. No, it's not only Bitcoin. And I've spoken yesterday because we discovered that in Egypt, we have very, very minimal people dealing in or owning Bitcoin, which was new to our information, and many of them, they would focus and favor the USDT Tether because of the stability of the FX. Okay, so we have many of them. Okay, because now we are moving to another stage, which is seizing, freezing, and confiscating of virtual assets. We need to understand some of the assets that we have in hand. For example, if we speak about Bitcoin, it's not completely anonymous, it's pseudonymous. Pseudonymous, it means it's near anonymous. It means that we can have some of the identifiers relating to specific persons if those transactions are being undertaken through an intermediary or an exchange house. So it's mostly a means of exchange or store of value. Transaction can be linked to specific sender. So this is the first one. The other one, we spoke in yesterday, in a helicopter view yesterday, such as Monero and Dash. They are similar to pseudonymous one, but the transaction cannot be linked to specific user. And what happens, and we'll give you an example, for example, when you seize Monero that you cannot relate to specific person, for example, or to trace it the way you will be doing with Bitcoin, you have an option just to change it firstly. For example, you mean exchange from virtual asset to another virtual asset. So it's not a direct liquidation from Monero to fiat, it's Monero, Bitcoin, and then fiat currency. And some of the other ones, they provide platforms. And this is a stable coin, the Tether USD, that we have spoken about yesterday. Is there a possibility, or what the volume of misuse of cryptocurrency? I don't want to repeat it many times. All of us have probably heard about the ransomware WannaCry ransomware, which was in 2017. People and institutions and governments as well, they lost very substantive amount of money, though they could stop it from before selling or liquidation or the final conversion of fund, but the most acceptable averages would amount to $8 billion in losses. They prefer it because it's reversible, anonymous, fast, funny sometimes. Some people find it like this. Okay. Here comes a very important point when it comes to seizure. So what is the difference between seizing and confiscation? Seizing is that you transfer, that you convert, you dispose of the movement of assets from the hands of a potential subject or a criminal to the hands of government. Okay? And I will give examples of this. But when it comes to confiscation, confiscation is a permanent deprivation of funds. So the whole assets or the value will be moved to the treasury accounts of the country itself. The more adoption of the virtual assets, the more cases you will have in hand, the more, I would say, technically incapacitated people you will need to install in place and tools. For example, if the country is still in the baby steps, you should not be expected to hire a very technical big team, buying tools and everything, and they just keep them in a very nice room, actually doing nothing, because you did not start it risk-based approach. So law enforcement and competent authorities should also develop new methods for seizing and confiscating. Firstly, you should be planning for the investigation, as we have spoken yesterday. I'm not going to repeat it. But you should know what to look for, what can be seized in principle. Okay? And I'll give examples here. Then comes, once you have seized it, then comes the transfer, management, selling by yourself, third party. It depends on what I speak about the risk. Okay. My colleague has just said you have an option to create a government-controlled wallet, for example, because if the subject at hand or investigation owns a specific wallet and you seize the amount, and this person is pending investigation, and he or she has a backup for the private key somewhere else, you might lose your money just like this. So first of all, should you have a government-controlled wallet? And is it on the national level or the law enforcement specific level? Is it in the hands of every law enforcement officer who hops on, who searches, who storms into suspect houses? So this is also an option. So how many wallets would a country use? I wouldn't say ideally, but from my point of view, you would need a wallet for seizing, okay, and would discuss it now, and another one for confiscation or disposal of assets, for example. And it depends on the type of the wallet that you will employ. What are the types of wallets that you're going to create? Typically, we have two types of wallets. The hot wallet, which is connected to the internet, convenient to use, accessible, fast transacting, but also you have the risk of being hacked and losing your money. I'm not here speaking about a person who is transacting in the virtual asset. I'm speaking about the country that managed to seize the asset. So you have to take care, if you are not a practitioner enough, on how to keep, seize, manage in a very secure fashion. You would lose everything. So this is a hot wallet, which is an internet-based one. The cold wallet, it's an offline one. Hard to use, it's not convenient, but more secure. And that's why I preferably, or personally, I prefer the hot wallet for seizure, because you need something that is quite swift before that person or the accomplices would dispose of the assets, and then you will have the cold wallet for storing and maintaining the seized assets at a later stage. Okay. Part of the procedurally, you should have in a place like a procedures manual. In Egypt, we have set up a committee, a multi-faceted one, encompassing in the membership. We have the Financial Intelligence Unit, we have law enforcement, we have central bank, because it comes under the umbrella of the central bank, the virtual asset thing. And also we have people from the telecommunication and cybersecurity as well. So those people together, we have set forth like a mini manual how to deal with any potential seizure of the crypto asset, because I've told you yesterday, because we lose money, okay? This is not a secret, and I'm not ashamed of this, because we all learn on the go. Now we have many cases where I wouldn't say very potential amounts of money, but we have cases where we could seize successfully and manage successfully so far, and people are pending investigation, and some of them has been already referred to the court. So we have set like steps or procedures, I would say, for the seizure and confiscation process. You need to record and back up the key pairs. We have the public key, which is very similar to your email address. Everybody knows. Okay, so it encrypts the message. And you have the private key, which is similar to your password. Nobody knows. So you need the password to decrypt the message that you have already received. So it's kind of private key and public key, something like the email address and the PIN code or the password that you have. You should store it in offline and a secure location. And it could be managed by 2 persons, one for the implementer and one for the authorizer. And also you need to set up a transfer device from the wallet of the criminal or the subject to the hands of the government-controlled wallet. Okay. Very, very few key considerations here. The wallet used for seizures should accept different types of virtual assets. Because you could create a wallet for the government and you just disseminate the credential to your very specific law enforcement officers and the prosecutorial agencies, and unlucky enough, it's not compatible with all types of crypto assets at hand, because not all wallets deal with all crypto assets. So you need to do this, or to at least take it into consideration. Devices and login credentials. I'm not here speaking about the suspect, I'm speaking about the credentials of the government-controlled wallet. Should be always safeguarded. All devices relating to the trading, wallet apps, authenticator app, you know, the double authentication, should be switched off and kept in a safe place while not in use. Because if you keep it hot all the time, it can be easily accessed by anyone if they recognize that we have an idle wallet that relates to our criminal group and you lose your money. Every instance of access by officials to this wallet, you just ensure that the funds are there, everything is intact. This should be recorded all the time. According to our process, at least 2 authorized individuals, 1 witness and 1 implementing officer, are in place. And there is a documentation process. You know, something that's quite similar to the safe box that you rent at a bank. So it's not like moving with your key downstairs and open everything. So there is a documentation and safeguard process in place. Gated, log registered, I don't want to repeat it. So what to look for in the seizing process? We should always look, does this person, pending investigation, potentially own, in principle, any virtual assets? Because we cannot presume that he has or he hasn't. So you should be looking to the wallet file. I would give some of the examples and some of the triggers as well to obtain the private keys, the passwords, to be able to decrypt it and be able to move the funds. And we faced some of the cases. I'm not saying it funny, but it was a fact, because when you try to pressure or to practice pressure on the subject to give you all the credentials and everything, and he hands out of it, and it's not peer-to-peer transaction, it's a hosted wallet through an intermediary, and you just spoke to the intermediary, which is not regulated into your country, it's abroad, and you speak that we're law enforcement in Egypt and we want to freeze this thing. And they say, who are you, sir? So, because not every and single regulated or unregulated exchange would be very helpful to you. That easy, would you just send them an email, I'm from the Financial Intelligence Unit or the National Security, so we need to have this thing frozen. You should not be expecting that, yes, at your service, sir, it's frozen. Okay, we have decided to confiscate this, can you just move it to the government-controlled wallet? You should not be expecting that easy, because we have many considerations to be taken in place. While searching the mobile phone, the laptop, or even the hard wallets, there are many similar wallet shapes that you can take into consideration as a trigger. Does he or she have Mycelium Bitcoin wallet, Exodus, Coin Wallet, Coinomi, Atomy, Monero, Binance? There's many, many, many examples because we have more than 20,000 types of crypto assets. So to deal with them, you have many types of wallets. Like the wallet's usual one that you have, it's not all asymmetric. So private keys, wallet files, wallet software associated files, backup of everything. So forensic understanding of machines should also be available, and I would say law enforcement should have the understanding that this thing is very important. This is the only way that leads you to evidence, because if it were not for the backup, wallet files, passwords, transacting logs, you can never reach that this person potentially has misused the virtual asset in crime. And also the recovery key. Something very similar to this. This is quite a, and I know everybody's familiar about this, just the public key and the private key. If you just see it on a paper, on a log file, on a scrap of paper, so this is an indication that this person either owns, trades, invests, or controls people who own, trades, or invest in the virtual assets. And it gives you an idea, that is it traditional assets or proceeds, or are we facing a new generation of new assets? These are, for example, the seeds for the recovery. Okay, so for example, when you search it and you find a paper either written by hand or in a Word document or an Excel document, 24 words in order. So these are the recovery keys for the wallet. If you lose it, you lose it. So nothing will be, yeah, it is what it is. Because if you as a government lose it, and the person loses it, and it's not stored other way else, so no way to access your funds. Because you have chosen this way to back up your wallet. Okay, now I have looked into things that we should be looking into in the SAGR thing, what to look into, how to move the funds, what are the most common practices that should be taken into consideration, what are the most tragic thing is that you have now evidence. The post-evidence, I would say, identification. You need to determine the type of crypto asset and the underlying blockchain used, because not all of them use the same wallet type or the same blockchain. For example, if the address is seized is on the Tron blockchain, which is a decentralized network on the blockchain, you should also have a seasoned address that is compatible with this as well. Okay, we have spoken about this. Okay, let's move on. Yes, post-SAGR. This is very important aspect, by the way. Shall we keep it seized, or shall we dispose or sell? Here is a very, I would say, debatable point in Egypt, I would say. Because if you just keep it seized, you prejudice the seized assets that can be stolen, hacked, you can lose it any time, or the value can be diminished. So for example, if you capture a person owning one BTC, that's now I think probably more than 37K US dollars, right? So perhaps tomorrow we have an issue, so it can be 50 and it can be 10. So if you decide to keep it and you lose the funds, you will be responsible for prejudicing the net worth of this wallet. But also if you decide to sell it at a specific point, for example, if we sell it today at 37, and he is proved innocent and will be acquitted 1 year later or a few months later, while the BTC is 20, So you have also caused this person to lose his money. So who compensates who? And vice versa. So shall you transfer the confiscated and seized asset to fiat currency, and who decides this? And what timing shall you do this? Because the other way is to keep it managed all the time. And when it comes to the management, are you managing this yourself? We have two ways. Do it yourself, or you have a third-party asset management company that understands quite certainly what do they have in hand, how to make it profitable, and manage it in return for the country. And this depends on how many assets potentially seized or confiscated in your country, because you are not supposed to be, I would say, establishing an entity for asset management related to virtual assets for only one or two instances pending investigation that worth $5,000. So paying salaries, equipments, safeguards, wallets, and you're taking the risk yourself, it's because of $5,000. So you have to take those few things into consideration, whether to sell it directly, or because it's not a perishable good. It's not an oil in the Med-Sea, so that you should be selling. Or you do it yourself, or use a third-party asset management for this. I just tried in my presentation to give you, across the 2 days, an idea about the most recent amendments on the recommendation 15, with a special focus on the risk management, risk-based approach, whether undertaken by the supervisory and regulatory authority or by the virtual asset service provider themselves, commensurate with the whole overall risk. And also, I bet that we have walked ourselves through understanding the investigation leads, triggers, what to look for, and what are the investigative techniques leading to seizing and management, confiscating, and later on management of virtual assets. Before I'm moving or leaving the stage, I'd like to thank the UAE authorities and the UNOCT again for the kind invitation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Abdel Sattar, for this discussion. I would like to now welcome to the stage Dr. Aisha Benlouta from VARA on her session Experience in Regulating VASPs.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good morning, everyone. I would like to make this session a bit more interactive. So let's start with some questions. Who works in the virtual asset industry? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. What about traditional finance? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ex-traditional finance. 1. Who works in compliance? Everyone. Cool. Who knows about VARA? You don't count because you're from VARA, so. Less than 10. Interesting crowd. So maybe it's an interesting topic for you today. Not familiar with this clicker. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I'll be making this very super casual. Please ask questions at any point in time. And basically, today we will cover our experience in VARA and regulating VASPs. 3 main topics: overview about Dubai's VA strategy, and our VARA objective, why do we actually exist in this dynamic? Cross-border financial controls and alignment with the national strategy, and then the risk understanding in terms of licensing and supervision. So let's start at first with VARA, since at least 95% is not fully aware about VARA. So VARA is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, has been established by law number 4, actually last year. So we are just 2 years old. We're a baby. However, those who knows us, within a very short period of time, we've been able to do a lot. And we've been able to be the best practice globally when it comes to regulating virtual assets. And what I mean by that, most virtual asset regulators are actually traditional finance regulators. Where in VARA, we are the only independent virtual asset regulator. And that gives us an edge. There are not many there who regulate virtual assets. Jurisdiction has been always having different point of views, whether to regulate or not to regulate. High-risk industry, lot that we don't know. And that's the main reason why we wanted to tap into this market. So let me give you some story about how we started VARA. So this was post-COVID. And we were working on the D33 strategy of Dubai. And as part of our economic development and the digital economy, we thought, we believed that this market is a real market that we have to tap into. Interestingly, though, the key industry players came to us and said that we would want to be regulated. Extremely different than any other business, where actually businesses run away from regulator. In this case, the key players like Binance and everyone else came to us to set up a regulator, and then we saw the need. And that's why VARA was established. Why do we have an independent authority only for the Emirate of Dubai? Who knows the dynamics between Securities Commodities Authority, ESCA, Central Bank, and VARA? And the FSA and ADGM as well. Anyone knows? 1, 2. Okay, let's give you some context. So the Cabinet Resolution 111, as per the year 2023, established basically the key responsibilities and the authorities of those regulators. And what I mean by that, the Securities Commodities Authority, ESCA, is the federal authority that regulates virtual assets at the national level. However, by the Cabinet Resolution 112, a delegation was provided to us as VARA to regulate virtual assets in the Emirate of Dubai. Not only for the strategy and the economic development and the digital economy that we mentioned, though, but very importantly to highlight, we already had an existing market. We already have an existing market. We have around more than 850 companies who are in this industry already existing in the Emirate of Dubai, whether they are in virtual assets, in Web3, DLT, proprietary trading. So these companies actually exist in the Emirate. And that was another reason why we established VARA. So the key objectives of establishing VARA are basically to regulate virtual assets and the virtual asset service providers in the Emirate of Dubai, all mainland commercial-free zones except the IFC. And some people might ask, why not the IFC? Because they already have a regulator, which is the financial regulator, the FSA. In addition to that, obviously, consumer protection and investor protection. The market is already known globally for scams, right? So it is only evident that we need a regulator to make sure that when you invest your money, you actually feel safe and you're protected. And on top of that, obviously, being and pioneering the industry, leading the best way, the best practice, attracting investment to the Emirate of Dubai, so on and so forth. So let me give you some context about our regulations. So our regulations were just recently issued on the 7th of February, just now, this year. We have 4 compulsory rule books, and these are mandatory rule books. All virtual asset service providers have to comply with those mandatory rule books. I'll give you some context about each of them, and then we have activity-specific requirements. It's very important to know that we are activity-specific. We are technology agnostic. We are not product-based. A product can be obsolete in a 6 months, in an 18 months, but an activity won't. And that's why we chose to be activity-specific. So starting with the company rulebook. A lot of people would say, actually, that it's a virtual asset company. They would mix it up with a virtual license. They wouldn't even think that it needs a physical space. And that's not correct. It's not a virtual license. You need to have a physical space. And based on the risk of your virtual asset activity, it's important to know that the high-risk activities have to be conducted in a physical space. So you have to have a physical office. If it is a low-risk activity, then obviously you'd be able to do it on a flexi desk and a shared environment. And the main reasons are why, obviously, consumer data protection. Other requirements that the company rulebook sets are the company structure, the board requirement, and there are requirements for 2 key responsible individuals. And they have to be UAE residents. And the reason why they have to be UAE resident, if something goes wrong, we can't hold someone accountable. So technically, your money is safe. Then we have the capital requirement and others. Capital requirements also change from an activity to another. Moving to the next rule book, which is compliance and risk management. We're quite proud of this one, actually. This one is based completely on FATF requirements. We have benchmarked against different jurisdictions. We have benchmarked against all the supervisors in traditional finance as well. We have benchmarked against, actually, we also adopt the federal laws. So all the federal laws actually are applicable. There are requirements for a compliance officer, a dedicated compliance officer. And what I mean by that is that this is a mandatory role. And this mandatory role can be one of the key responsible individuals. So it can be the CEO, and it can be the compliance officer. It's important to highlight, though, that the key requirements not only include KYC, Vault check, screening, enhanced due diligence, but no, there is a mandatory requirement for on-chain monitoring. Anyone familiar with on-chain monitoring? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. How many of you have used chain analysis? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I count myself? 5. Okay, so those who have actually used it know it's very complex, right? And we understand the complexity of transaction monitoring on blockchain. So what we have done, you should be able to outsource the activity, but you cannot outsource the obligation. and that supports the industry, obviously. Moving to the third requirement, which is technology and information rulebook. This sets the minimum requirement from a technology perspective: infrastructure, network configuration, cybersecurity, access control, password management, cryptographic controls, and so on and so forth, including personal data protection. We have also benchmarked this against DESC requirement, the Bioelectronic Security Center, against NASA, against ISO 27001 for information security, and obviously the Federal Data Protection Law. The last one, Market Conduct Rulebook. This sets the minimum requirement on a market transparency level, how you deal basically with your customers. What are the contractual obligations that has to be there? How can they complain? Having a complaint policy, having a complaint management system, and so on and so forth. These are our activities that we license. As I mentioned, we have 8 activities. Lots of the activities, actually, those who are familiar with traditional finance, it's not really different. What I mean by that, if you have used traditional finance broker-dealer services, let's say, the VAS can offer broker-dealer services, but in virtual assets. Not really that complicated. Similarly to custody services, exchange services, those like the Binance of the world, via lending and borrowing. And then we have transfer and settlement. This is an interesting topic. Going back to the Cabinet 111, where we have mentioned that ASCA is the federal regulator for virtual assets. But when it comes to payments and virtual assets, it's the central bank jurisdiction. So payment in cryptocurrency is a central bank jurisdiction. However, transfer and settlement is not. Transfer and settlement remains an area with VARA. And they are different. Then we have VA management investment services. Basically, you have a lot of money, cash loaded. You go to an investment fund, and you tell them that I want to invest in crypto and virtual assets, and they basically get it done for you. You get a yield annually or quarterly, whatever is the agreement. What about VA advisory services? So the advisory services is, an example is that, well, I want to invest myself, but technically, I really don't know. Whom should I go to? It's that advisor. And the advisor have to be licensed by VARA. And then finally, we just recently launched, on 19th of September, an update on our virtual asset issuance rulebook. And what we mean by that, what we cover in virtual asset category 1, is fiat asset reference tokens. Technically stable coins, but non-AED, because AED remains the jurisdiction of central bank. Anyone traded in crypto? Did you make some money? One person made money. Did you lose money? Okay, he lost money. 2 people lost money. More people lost money. That's why we have to have a regulation. Anyhow, so trading with your own funds is proprietary trading. And proprietary trading, and I'm not talking about those who are trading with 100,000 dirham or dollars, right? I'm talking about those who trade in millions and billions. They have to basically get an NOC from VARA. And you have to also, on top of that, register if you trade with a volume of 1 billion dirham over a period of 30 days, which is 1 month. And the reason why you need to register, because you would have a systemic impact on the market. If you withdraw your money, the market will be impacted. So we have to make sure that there is at least some limited supervision on that fund and monitor this trading activity. Next one is virtual asset issuance category 2. Someone would want to basically issue a token, real estate tokenization, NFTs, so on and so forth. You need to submit a white paper. And the white paper is not a license. So category 2 VA issuance only requires an approval from BARA. It's not considered a full license. However, in the white paper, you should exhibit not only your business plan, so on and so forth. You should basically exhibit all technology, cybersecurity requirements. You should exhibit all AML, CFT requirements to ensure that, let's say, your token gets hacked. We don't want that to happen. So that's where we come into the picture. Before issuing your token, we actually conduct this white paper review. Last but not least, we have distributed ledger technology. We actually provide them a confirmation letter. And the reason why we do that, we saw in the market, a lot of them actually operate under DLT, but they provide broker-dealer services, or they provide exchange services, which doesn't have to have transparency. So in terms of any questions, just moving to the next. No questions? Yes. Can we have the mic? Or I can come down.
You recently moved your NFT marketplace into a regulated space from kind of a non-regulated space. Could you explain the rationale behind that?
Test. Yes. So again, we don't regulate the technology. We don't regulate the metaverse or the marketplace. We regulate the activity. So what I mean by that, if there are broker-dealer services happening within that metaverse, the activity will be regulated, and they will need to get a license. If they are conducting issuance activities, they will need to get the approval. Activity specific. One more question? There, can we get the mic? If I can't hear you, no one can. Sorry.
Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. Just one very simple question. We know that for transaction monitoring to conduct investigations, the availability of information is really relevant. And also to have payment transparency standards are very important, no? So we know that in terms of virtual assets, the travel rule is one of the standards that globally are trying to be implemented. What is right now the stand, the position from BARA about the travel rule, no? Because we have heard from some players in the market that implemented travel rule standards are not very feasible at the moment.
Well, there are two sides for the story, right? Always two sides of the story. So first of all, we set the minimum travel rule guidelines in our compliance rulebook requirement. And what we mean by that, you need to know, and you need to KYC your customers. You need to have the minimum details of those customers. Transactions cannot be anonymized. we prohibit anonymization, and we prohibit any anonymity-enhanced tokens as well. So technically, we already set the baseline when it comes to implementing travel rule. We are working with the industry as well to come up with some guidance on the travel rules. It is a global challenge, and the reason why it's a global challenge, two main topics. One is technology. Not many VAS actually use eKYC, right? There are not many players also that provide robust eKYC. It's not simple to do it. I was running a whole project in my previous job on the eKYC. And there are different scenarios. When it comes to UAE citizens, let's say, we have your Emirates ID details. Tourists, check-in, airport, we have your passport details. Investor in a company, never came to Dubai. You have power of attorney. We have your details in the commercial registry. But what about those who never came to Dubai, never visited the UAE? We have zero information about them. How do you KYC them? Right? There are options, though. And the options are technically that will need third-party tools to conduct those KYCs and verifications. Plus, on top of that, you will need some kind of biometrics, facial recognition technologies, which are also there in the market. It's also important that a travel rule has to be implemented between jurisdictions. Like if we want to implement it, but let's say another country where the transactions are coming from, they don't want to implement them, or they don't have the means to implement them, the technology, infrastructure, whatsoever. It is going to be hard, and that's why even FATF says it's a global challenge. I hope I answered your question. Cool. Okay, let's go to the next section. So next section, basically, I wouldn't spend really a lot of time on this, to be honest, because this comes deeply from our heart. And what I say by that, it is on top of our priorities and agenda. And we comply with all the federal requirements when it comes to AML and CFT. All our strategies, objectives are aligned. This is a journey for us in the last 2 years. What have we achieved? You compare us to any other global regulator, really on the top. So we started with the Dubai Law number 4. Last year, we issued a product called Minimal Viable Product, and I'll speak to you about it. Or maybe I'll speak to you about it now. So the Minimal Viable Product was launched within a very limited group of key players from the global market. And the reason why we actually implemented that product was to test the market, test the regulations even, understand before even we make the mistakes and start to regulate, right? And that gives us an edge. That product was there for at least a year. We learned from the industry, and we continue to learn from the industry. That helped us put basically our regulations. And that product, there were also some restrictions. So you cannot onboard retail, you can onboard institutional clients and qualified investors. On top of that, we started with a marketing regulation, not the full regulation. Why we did that? So the reason why we started with the marketing regulation was there were a lot of misleading marketing pieces in the market. And people were starting to invest in those misleading tokens, misleading projects, XYZ. So we made sure that we protect our consumers, protect the citizens. So we issued our marketing regulations, marketing fines, even before we issued our full licensing regulations. Then after that, we basically issued the full regulations, which I just told you about. We had the cabinet resolutions, we spoke about it. Then we moved the product from MVP, which is the minimal viable product, the testing product, to the full licensing regime. And then now we focus on growing the Dubai ecosystem, transitioning the existing companies to the full regime, and obviously activating market cleanup. And I'll speak to you about it in a minute. You remember when I said that there are plus 850 companies in Dubai? We'll speak about it. Obviously, then regulatory agility and leading the global VA innovation. This is really important, and I would like you to spread the message. Even those who never heard about VARA, first opportunity, word of mouth really helps. So we just mentioned about different groups, right? Minimal viable product, and then the full license regime. We spoke briefly about the Dubai legacy. So what do we do about the Dubai legacy? Who's the Dubai legacy? A Dubai legacy is any company that have existed in the Emirate of Dubai conducting VA activities prior to issuing our regulations, which was 7th of February this year. Well, they have to transition to the new regulation. It's very hard. It is not simple, it's complex. Small companies, medium-sized companies, not all of them are well-equipped, and we support them. And the reason how we support them, the way how we did it, we first assess the applicability of the regulations on them through something called Initial Disclosure Questionnaire, IDQ. They submit it, we see they conduct regulated and unregulated activities, so on and so forth. We gave them a period to basically apply for their full license. That period has passed, expired, technically. And we don't want to shut them all down. It will impact the economy. So what we did, we'll be launching something called a legacy operating permit that they can apply for, complying with the minimum FATF requirement, allows them to operate for an additional full 1 year to basically exhibit the compliance requirement, set up their documentation, set up their companies as per VARA's requirements, comply with the regulatory regime. Not only that, it's not only a grace period. They get to pay 50% of the fees. So it's an incentive. They don't need to pay the full license amount. On top of that, the capital requirements are also reduced to support the ecosystem. So we spoke about the minimal viable product, and I think I'm running out of time, so I'll just skim through this very quickly. So we spoke about the licensing process. It's a two-stage approval, initial approval, and then there is the final approval. We kept it very simple. Then you go through supervision, inspection, and enforcement. These are the top risks that we basically assess when it comes to our licensing framework. We cover financial stability, market conduct, consumer protection. And in that, we cover cybersecurity, fraud, data governance, market disruption, so on and so forth. As you can see in this slide, the risks are mapped to the activities. We spoke about the minimum requirements. And I think this is what the people are interested even more to understand, how we supervise our VASP. We have already licensed 10 VASPs. It's on our public register. Anyone who's licensed is on our public register. 5 main principles. We adopt a risk-based approach throughout our processes, whether it's licensing, supervision, inspection, or even enforcement. Cover governance, people, technology, process, and then we have ongoing monitoring, which we just spoke about, the transaction monitoring. We have off-chain reporting, which I'll just show you, and then we have the physical inspection as well. These are the type of reports that a VASP should submit. We have weekly, bi-weekly submissions. We have upon occurrence requirement like a cyber breach. We have monthly requirements for financial statements, proof of reserves and liabilities, and there are quarterly requirements and annual requirements as well. So what happens if there was a breach? Obviously, the process is very simple, not really complicated from any other regulator. We request the information, we analyze it, we investigate, and then we respond. Lastly, I think these are the last slides. These are some snapshots on market macro risk assessment that we conduct on quarterly basis, the risk-based approach that we follow from the start. I just want to cover the digital assurance piece before we close. These are the top on-chain risks that we cover. ATM, fraud shops, gambling, ICOs, any scams, sanctions. We use on top of the notch technology, chain analysis, Elliptic, TRM Labs. This is an interesting one that you are maybe waiting for. The guy who's asked about the travel rule as well. So this is the Dubai ecosystem, the regulated ecosystem. And then we have the UAE market, and then we have the global market. And this is how we basically set our at least minimum requirements when it comes to travel rule. These are some snapshots on our on-chain dashboard. This is just public data from global wallets. And that's it. I know I took more than my time, so if you have any questions, please, after the session in the break.
Thank you, Dr. Asha, for your interactive session. We will now have a coffee break for 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, esteemed guests. I hope you enjoyed this coffee break. We will now start the next session on private sector perspective on how to work with public sector in the area of non-fungible tokens, blockchain development, and cryptocurrencies, presented to us by Mr. Jeff McAllister from Hex Trust.
Good morning, and thank you very much to the organisers and to our esteemed guests for having me here today to represent Hex Trust. It's truly an honour also to represent the private sector and our perspective on working with the public sector in the area of non-fungible tokens, blockchain development, and cryptocurrencies. So, context is important. There we go. So today I'll give a little introduction just to share my background and also about Hex Trust and who we are and what we do. And then I'll jump into the best practices applied at Hex Trust to share a little insight there. And I'll talk to the CFT investigations, what are the goals, and then go a little bit into the DLT technology, what is the capabilities which are driving these inquiries, why is it a challenge for the public sector, and what are the opportunities. And then I'll talk to those public authority requirements and also the private sector expectations to share, I guess, what we need from our point of view. And then the implications for the new economy versus the old. And it is very much a new economy coming. The data availability, I'll share a little bit on that. There's huge amounts of data out there, and we'll touch on that. And then I'll talk about sharing the load, because the new technology enables the public sector to do a lot more than it used to be able to do in the traditional financial system. So, as I said, just for context, I'll just share a little of my background. I'm very much TradFi, traditional finance person with over 25 years experience, working as a former bank chief risk officer and head of compliance. I was formerly a global head of risk for the wholesale global markets business at National Bank of Abu Dhabi, just down the road, and had 4 years in Abu Dhabi, and previously also an executive director of Goldman Sachs. Additionally, I co-founded the Crypto Risk Office, which is a professional community industry association for Web3 and blockchain and crypto-enabled economy. And is a good place to go and look if you want to learn about the industry. Currently, I'm a managing director at Hex Trust, and I'm based here in Dubai. So Hex Trust, to give you some context of our perspective, we are a digital asset custodian. So if you look in the traditional finance sector, you have people like State Street, Northern Trust, JP Morgan, a lot of the banks do custody, where your assets are held in custody in your name. We are the virtual asset equivalent, and we offer a bank-grade platform for our clients. It looks very much like using business banking, internet banking for business banking, except the assets are not a loan to us. They are your assets in your name. They're legally segregated. They're on the client's balance sheet. Additionally, they're technically segregated. technically segregated to the lowest level, which means every client, every asset has its own individual address on chain. And this becomes very important, which I'll touch on in a minute. But so legally segregated and technically segregated, and we're also insured. So clients who keep their assets with us also have the comfort and security of hundreds of millions of dollars of insurance on their assets. So in terms of the segregation piece I was talking about, the upshot of this is that clients can, independently from our platform, they can go to the blockchain, go directly to the node, or use any of a number of industry-wide blockchain explorers, and they can view and monitor and track their assets in their custodial account completely independently from our platform every second of every day. So 100% transparency as to where their assets are, which is completely different to TradFi custody. When you look at your State Street or someone like this, you're just entirely trusting the statement that you get, or their centralized database which presents your assets on their platform. So we are very fortunately regulated here by VARA, and we're also regulated in Singapore under the MAS with a securities license. We also have a trust license in Hong Kong. We're also licensed in France and registered in Italy. Interesting point, I joined Hex Trust 2 years ago, and I was offered the choice to work in Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, or Milan. I chose Dubai. Okay. And a large part because of VARA and how forward-thinking this country is for virtual assets. So I'll just touch on a little bit about the best practices applied at Hex Trust. For those familiar with the traditional finance obligations for AML and counter-financing of terrorism, it's actually, as some of the other speakers have said before, it's not too different. There's a huge amount of similarities. I think the key is that a lot of new entrants into this industry actually came without much traditional finance experience. And so a lot of people in the industry were just not really familiar with these regulatory requirements as they built their solutions and delivered them to the market. So at Hex Trust, we're committed to the highest standards of AML and CFT, and we've fully adhere and comply to the regulatory guidelines. We were established in 2018 at the time with the original intention of being a fully regulated and licensed custodian for the industry, because we knew then that eventually the traditional financial markets, traditional finance, would ultimately be all coming into the to the space. So much like a bank, we operate a robust customer due diligence and KYC process, which is foundational to our compliance program, and we have rigorous checks and peel back all the layers, go through to the ultimate beneficial owners, and do screening and sanctions screening, transaction monitoring, everything you'd expect in a regulated bank, which, again, a few years ago was not so common. It's becoming, with the guidance of VARA, it's becoming, and regulators, it's becoming much, much more common now, which is great. So we have a fully formed compliance department which is well-resourced with some of our team members are also ex-regulators as well. And we, conduct all the sanctions screening, enhanced due diligence for, and so on, and transaction monitoring and risk-based approach. And I'll step a little bit more in. Sanction screening, much like the banks, we often employ third-party solutions to help us. For example, Dow Jones, and we connect to WorldCheck there, and we obviously, go through the OFAC specially designated list and check all of the Security Council sanctions lists and so on. So again, very, very similar to a bank, and best practice is applied in our entity. In terms of enhanced due diligence, of course, we also look at PEPs and apply literally the same processes as the banks. The slightly different stuff comes when it comes to transaction monitoring. But enhanced due diligence, of course, we have more frequent reviews and establish lower thresholds to review those individuals or entities. We are actually institutional custodians, so we're not facing retail clients, but we're B2B. The transaction monitoring, this is where it can get a little bit more interesting, as some of the other speakers have discussed. There's a huge amount of data, but on the public blockchains, at least, it's all available. Can be tracked and traced, and we're using some industry standard third-party solutions such as Chainalysis that was mentioned just before, and this enables us to track and analyze the transactions and address potential risks and reporting requirements. Okay, I think I already outlined the compliance department, and then the fact that we apply a risk-based approach similar to traditional banks, which is identifying the transactions, point scoring, scoring the individual for risky industries as well, and so on. And then our operations are fully transparent. We work hand in hand with regulators everywhere we go. So, but I wanted, I think, just take actually before I move to that, so this is just an illustration of one of the third-party tools that we use, which is Chainalysis, and this is an example that they've published, which is a famous example when Silk Road was shut down. But this just gives an indication of the kind of tracking tools and solutions that we employ to follow the transactions. I guess I would like to just step into the back and say, what are the goals for counter-financing terrorism? The objectives, obviously, we want to eliminate the financing of terrorism, is the key goal. And you want, as a public sector, you want to investigate to identify the sources of funds, identify threats, unusual patterns, try to pick up where there's something suspicious and where to investigate. Because, as we've heard many times, you need to deploy resources on a risk-based approach because resources are scarce, and you need to do the analysis to understand where to focus. So leveraging technology to improve your capabilities is what I see as one of the public side goals. From a business perspective, we want to remain agile. We want the industry to be allowed to be agile, remain open to adopting new technologies, which can increase productivity, serve the economy, and be an overwhelming benefit to 99.999% of the population. So we don't want to stifle and stop innovation and progress because of a few bad actors. But of course, we need to work with the public side and help achieve the public side goals. Also, from the business perspective, capital is precious and efficiency matters. So the burden and the cost of complying with authorities' requirements is something that we need to keep in mind, to keep an eye on. So, I think our representative from VARA before was talking about sort of nurturing the ecosystem here, and you do want to attract and bring this new technology and ecosystem to the economy to help the economy advance and lead the world in many ways. So it comes with challenges and opportunities. We've got the new technology in blockchain creates new payment channels with greater speed and efficiency. You can send money, value from here to the other side of the world, very, very remote places, and achieve finality of settlement in seconds, whereas the traditional financial system will take days. So the sort of order of magnitude of speed is probably a challenge for the public side authorities looking at CFT. The other challenge is the value layer of the economy. So Web3 is actually bringing the value layer of the economy on chain. So what does that mean? The value layer of the economy at the moment is sort of in bank accounts, in bonds, in stocks, the assets in your home, is on paper records, the deeds to your house, paper record, for example. But the Web3 is going to bring all of that on chain. It's just a matter of time. So we'll go into that a bit further and the challenges that will present to the public authorities as well. Data abundance is good, but it represents challenges for the authorities in terms of having the skills and the resources to mine that data and to get the intelligence that you need from that data in an efficient way. So there's probably a lot of education required as well. In terms of opportunities, I would just sum it up as from the public sector side in terms of looking at CFT, the opportunities I think are data. There's just huge amounts of verifiable data on all of the activities and transactions on chain. It's an enormous opportunity once the authorities are able to handle and manage and mine that data. So I'm just going to take a little detour because I think context is important, and if you want to understand the challenges for CFT and AML and these kind of responsibilities, I think it's important to understand the products and the underlying technology and what are the strengths of it and weaknesses from the different perspectives. So I'm going to talk about Bitcoin because it is the granddaddy. It's the first. It's the original, and I'll just share the properties of Bitcoin. So critics normally say that Bitcoin has no intrinsic value. I would say this is incorrect. If you want to look at the Cambridge Dictionary, an intrinsic quality or thing forms part of the basic character of something or someone. So, okay, maybe it's semantics, but Bitcoin has a number of different qualities that are special, that give it a very special character, that give it its intrinsic value in and of itself. It's stateless, which is interesting. So it is effectively a monetary system in itself. It is money that is not managed or controlled by any state or centralized entity. It is permissionless. Bitcoin is blind, as justice should be, right? Anyone can use it without permission. It serves as both a social justice warrior and a libertarian protector at once. Blind to borders, nationality, race, gender, religion, and so on. It does not discriminate against the underprivileged. It does not recognize or confer any benefits of privilege for anyone, which I think is a unique character or quality. Trustless. It doesn't depend on any centralized entity to operate. It's safe from counterparty risk. Like gold, Bitcoin cannot default. It is nobody's liability. Has zero credit risk. As decentralized, the management is highly distributed with hundreds of thousands of miners and nodes operating, spanning hundreds of countries. It's incorruptible. It can't be edited or altered or counterfeited. So a centralized private database, a bank is just a ledger, right? A bank is just a big ledger with a lot of people managing the ledger. But that ledger is centrally controlled and can be edited and changed privately. This ledger is immutable. It's incapable of change. The records on Bitcoin are the ultimate source of truth for what happened with that transaction within its monetary system. It's sound, it can't be debased, it can't be printed or at all. In terms of transferability, it's easy to transfer, and the value transfer can be to your neighbor or internationally, and it's in a very, very short period of time. It's called proof of work. It's literally replacing like an army of accountants that maintain a ledger, whereas that ledger is, in accounting they refer to balance sheet substantiation. It's a monetary system with constant balance sheet substantiation, if you like. The ledger is constantly maintained, verified, and validated. And it's money good. It's fungible, divisible, durable, portable. It's stable in terms of supply. It's widely accepted. It has value because of its qualities, and the market assigns that value. It was up to $1.2 trillion. It's now about $500 million, give or take a little bit. And it has volatility, but at the moment the volatility is still quite significant. It's only worth about $500 billion, whereas the gold market is worth about $12 trillion. So today it's a bit volatile because the supply is stable, and the creation of new Bitcoin is also very stable and predictable. But the amount of fiat money that gets thrown at it or taken away from it, that volume of money is going to make it volatile because the size of the asset is still relatively small. But when it's worth $20 trillion, that volatility will be much, much less. So it's just important to understand, I guess, the challenges that are faced by the new technology, or the challenges that it presents in terms of monitoring and controlling and seizing funds, right? Confiscating funds. If it's on an exchange, okay, you can confiscate control because there's a central entity that has control over the private keys. So centralized entities like exchanges and HEX Trust can work with authorities to help them apply their controls and freezing assets and so on. But peer-to-peer private wallets, there's not really a solution. So there's other tokens and coins other than Bitcoin, as I think we heard, 20,000. So there's going to be many, many more. We have NFTs, non-fungible tokens. So it's a unique, non-fungible cryptographic asset on-chain. What does that mean? That at the moment, the craze was all about art, JPEGs, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so an NFT can be art, it can be music, it can be a book, literature. You can have the title deeds to your house will be an NFT one day. The receipt for your Rolex watch will be an NFT, and when you want to trade and buy and sell watches, you'll buy and sell the NFT, and you'll claim ownership of the watch by doing this trade. So additionally, yes, so you have dynamic NFTs, and these can evolve and incorporate new data over time. They're not so static. And then nested NFTs are like containers for lots of other NFTs. So one day when you buy your car, you'll pay for the car and you'll receive an NFT, which will be your record of ownership of the car. But that'll be a nested NFT, and within that there'll be thousands of NFTs that represent all the individual parts of the car. And when you go and swap out a piece of the car and you go to the shop and they change tires or change something else, these little NFTs will get taken out, and the new NFT for the new set of wheels or whatever you bought for your car will be added into that nested NFT, and you will trade that nested NFT to buy and sell your car, and you'll be able to trade and buy and sell it, and ownership will be like finality of settlement can happen on chain in seconds. So these kind of assets will represent some new challenges as well, because assets which were traditionally less liquid will become much, much more liquid, much more readily able to trade at speed. In fact, value will be exchanged by exchanging fractionalized bonds or fractionalized artwork or fractionalized property, or anything can be tokenized and fractionalized, and value can be exchanged without using currency. So I can buy your car with fractionalized bonds, or I can buy your car with fractionalized artwork. So we don't even need to use a currency to exchange. In terms of public sector or public authority requirements, in terms of what do we in the private sector sort of anticipate the requirements, is very much, of course, you're looking at it in terms of what is happening with the traditional financial institutions, the current banks and so on. Having an AML CFT program, implementing a risk assessment and risk-based approach, KYC, customer due diligence, the travel rule, getting information about customers' transactions, maintaining records, suspicious transaction reporting, and so on. So that's all expected. I think that, however, I think the public sector needs to become more aware of how much is in your own hands and how much data is available to the public sector. That the public sector is dependent, the authorities are dependent on the banks to do a lot of the work, because the banks control the database. The banks have access to the source of truth where the transactions are. But in the Web3 world, that information is all there on chain, available for the public authorities to access on their own. They don't need help or ask permission from the banks. Private sector expectations. I referenced it before, but it bears repeating because it's important. Agility. The private sector needs to remain agile and open to adopting new technologies. Efficiency is critical because capital, real capital, is precious. And, okay, expectations in terms of challenges. Okay, the payment transactions, is that the only focus? What about the other asset transfers? As I mentioned, you can buy illicit materials or goods by exchanging ownership of artwork just as easily as paying with cash. And that token that has a claim on artwork, if it's got a reasonably liquid market, is money good. So cash becomes less important. As I said, the entire value layer of the economy is coming on-chain. And cryptocurrencies are one thing, but I think from your point of view, you should also be aware of this capability to transfer value via many different assets without needing cash. So imagine, you may remember there still is, I think, a website called Craigslist. It's just a place for exchanging second-hand goods. It grew up and became very popular in Web 2 in America. The future Web 3 version of Craigslist is just exchanging all of your goods by exchanging the NFT, which is the claim on that good. So, and what about DeFi? So, CeFi, centralized financial institutions like Hex Trust or Binance, we can work with authorities and we can help. I mean, by the way, there is a very, very big distinction between an exchange like Binance and Hex Trust. The exchanges run a private database, right, where transactions happen off-chain. They have omnibus wallets where assets are all mixed together, and they're a bit more like a bank, that the client assets on the exchange are actually the exchange's liability to the client, right? Like with a bank, you put your money in the bank account, you have a claim on that, and it's the bank's liability. But it's a centralized ledger, and if you want to know what's happening in terms of going on inside that, you need the same kind of reporting and insights from those centralized ledgers, like the exchanges, as you do from the banks. But with entities that are all on-chain, so actually like the regulated custodian that we are, and we follow the VARA rulebook model where we're legally segregated and technically segregated, and all our client assets are available on-chain. The regulator can see everything. You actually don't need us to monitor the transactions. The authorities can do it themselves. It's all there. But DeFi, and there's different scales of DeFi. Obviously, Bitcoin is super decentralized, and there's lots of decentralized financial applications being built and delivered, but some of them are still, centrally managed very much. They start being centrally managed, and they try to introduce decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, to manage them and so on. And over time, they become more decentralized. But how does a DeFi protocol comply with all of the regulatory and requirements from the authorities? There are solutions. But I think they're not really applied yet. And I don't know if anyone's aware of the Oracle concept. An Oracle in blockchain world is where you have a service that runs off-chain, and it's a way for a blockchain to ingest data, information from external sources, from off-chain, Web2, wherever. It can ingest data on-chain via these Oracle process, and then there's a reward mechanism for performing your Oracle work. You get paid, you get tokens are generated. It's actually a very nice concept for distributed work, where you distribute work to people or protocols that work or run as an oracle, and they generate income by doing work for your chain. But that concept, I think, is probably something that can be leveraged for DeFi to comply with regulations. So implications for the old economy versus the new economy. I mean, the old economy, you're investigating means following payment transactions, following through the financial system. The new economy, everything of value will be on chain. Bad actors can transfer value via hundreds of thousands of assets. So you're not just talking about monitoring and trying to surveil a dozen different cryptocurrencies. If you want to actually surveil and monitor the transfer of value, you're talking about everything of value on chain, and it will be easily and liquidly tradable. And what else? Yeah, so does that mean we need to monitor all transactions? Because bad actors can start transferring value around without using cash or even cash equivalents. And borders, of course, mean nothing for value transfer now. A blockchain address can be accessed anywhere in the world. As long as you have the internet, you're good. And then, I don't know, privacy, is that still a consideration? The public blockchains do offer some challenges, and there's more privacy features coming with more zero-knowledge proof protocols being developed. And I've got a classmate of mine in Australia has launched a blockchain which is working with the Reserve Bank of Australia on their CBDC, and their blockchain is a zero-knowledge roll-up which is private but not anonymous. So it's been built to offer the privacy so that your competitor doesn't know what you're doing, but the regulators can still access. So this is probably the kind of compromise solution that will eventually run the show. And also, yeah, because also, do you want your wife to know what present you bought her before you get home? Right? So privacy in our transactions can be relevant. I'm just going to share a little bit about data availability. This is just showing a snapshot from Etherscan, which is a commonly used blockchain explorer for the Ethereum network. And you can see all the transactions processed in this block. You have the transaction hash, the block ID, when it was transacted, how much value. In this case, you can even see some of these identified. Lido, Thorchain, Uniswap. So some of these are actually even identified. And then each one of these transactions you can drill down into, and you can see more details in terms of who it came from, the address, and who it went to, and so on. So there's quite a lot of detail there. And of course, when you're dealing with regulated entities who do KYC for their clients, and all of their addresses are known, then this data gives you like a full picture of what's happening in terms of value transfer. So I'll just finish up with sort of sharing the load from the private sector perspective. Okay, there's an incredible promise of this industry and blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. I would just like to suggest that with this new framework that the public sector can do some of the heavy lifting as well. So, as I mentioned before, private entities with centralized databases will need to do the work to do the transaction monitoring, to provide the suspicious transaction reports to regulators. But actually, for a considerable portion of the industry whose business model is on-chain, the public sector entities can do that work themselves. The data's there. You can find all the transaction data and raise the investigation suspicious transaction report independently, and then maybe go to the protocol and say, can we find out some more about this or not? But so there's a lot more capability for the public sector to do the investigations, analysis, and start an investigation without relying on the business enterprise to report it, which is good, because maybe sometimes business enterprises don't report what they should. So I'll leave it there. I don't know, I'm happy to take questions, but I think I've hit my time limit, and maybe there's questions later in the day. Are we doing questions now on stage or later? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff, for the presentation. I would like to now welcome to the stage Ms. Svetlana Martinova from UN seated on her session addressing linkages between organized crime and terrorist financing.
Good afternoon. I realize we're approaching lunchtime, but I hope you can bear with me for this presentation to finish the morning. My name is Svetlana Martinova, and I work for United Nations Counterterrorism Executive Directorate. You've heard from my colleague Nicole yesterday, who detailed our mandate on CFT and in particular new technologies. So there's no need for me to delve into this. However, I would like to say that the aspect I was requested to speak to you today is a little bit different from the new technologies. As you can see, it's about the nexus between organized crime and terrorism financing. I will go straight into the topic, but I do want to just put a thought or a seed in your thoughts that I think the logic behind including this topic into today's conversation is to highlight that we do not have the luxury to focus on just one issue. We cannot get obsessed with new technologies only and forget all other challenges and threats that exist, that evolve, and evolve in combinations in different settings. So I will go straight into this topic with the premise that terrorism and organized crime are known to have cooperated and coexisted, and each has learned to use the tactics of the other. So this is, of course, a non-exhaustive list of examples. We know that in terms of funding their activities, terrorists are extremely opportunistic and very adaptive to the conditions they operate in. Where loopholes allow, they will abuse legitimate businesses and services, and where proceeds can be generated through criminal activity, they will not hesitate to do so either. The scale and types of abuses vary considerably depending on regional and economic context. Targets set by terrorists in terms of their financing sources and methods as such. Likewise, the nature of the nexus between criminal proceeds and terrorism financing is more often than not defined by the local context, political environment, available resources, and existing policies of states' responses. Terrorism is known to have benefited from transnational criminal activities such as human trafficking, drugs and arms trafficking, extortion, kidnapping, trade in stolen cultural objects, exploitation of natural resources, counterfeiting medicines, fraud on travel documents, and so forth. On these and related topics, CTED worked closely with the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF, as part of its project teams on various reports, for example, MLTF risks arising from migrant smuggling, on illicit arms trafficking and terrorism financing, and the most recent study on MLTF risks associated with arts, antiquities, and other cultural objects. I would encourage you to, of course, consult and disseminate these reports as they are public and contain important practical information, including risk indicators. So I will not go through again each possible crime combination, but I will zoom in a few of those that are considered the more important sources of raising funds. And one of the main TF sources as of today, as highlighted in many UN reports, is kidnapping for ransom. It is not only a funding source, but it is a terrorist strategy because it fuels insecurity and represents a highly profitable funding source. Exact numbers are hard to establish, given that ransoms are often paid in secrecy, but we are certainly talking about millions of dollars per year. There are various groups that I've cited here on the slide as examples that are known to, that are known to use these tactics, and the trends, unfortunately, are global and observed in practically any continent. We have a few instruments available on how to best address the issue, including the Algiers Memorandum that lists a variety of measures that should be taken for a comprehensive and effective response to this phenomenon. And of course, as a starting point, for every country, a strong, current, and efficient AML-CFT framework as such is key. We know that in some KFR cases, the formal financial system and banks in particular played a prominent role. In cases where banking systems were used for attempted ransom payments, suspicious transactions reports were filed and had a significant impact on successful resolution of a KFR case. This is, however, contrasted with cases where Hawala is used, cash couriers are used to avoid specifically AML-CFT controls. Of relevance is to note, therefore, the persisting need to ensure the monitoring methods for financial transfers and also to combine methods of overseeing what's happening in the informal systems. New and emerging methods for financial transfer may also be more difficult to monitor, or not necessarily, as we've just heard in the previous presentation, but the uniform implementation of risk-based regulation and supervision remains key. Also, what's important here is targeted outreach to all potentially affected sectors, including NPOs, insurance companies, travel agencies, so that they are aware of the threats and also know what to do in case of any suspicion or real threat and how to communicate the information. There is also an aspect that relates to targeted financial sanctions with respect to designations of terrorist groups and financial facilitators that are involved in KFR. But it's important to note that national designations are also an effective tool in this respect. Given the international dimension of most terrorism financing related KFR operations, the groundwork for operational cooperation and coordination between jurisdictions needs, of course, to be in place and effective. The next type of crime that I would like to pause on for a moment is human trafficking. We have looked at these links, including in this report that is shown on the slide from 2019. Also, just last week, the International Compact Against Trafficking held its annual meeting of principles. This time, the call for action was focused on children trafficking, including in the context of conflict and terrorist activity. Human trafficking as such continues to be one of the most profitable activities for organized crime and is perceived by perpetrators, including terrorist groups, as high profit yet low risk criminal activity. Trafficked persons, including children, are exploited as merchandise to be sold and resold as a way to secure ransom payment and as instruments to perform servitude roles and object for sexual exploitation. There's also evidence that was cited in the FATF report about the tolls, so-called, for safe passage through the territory controlled by the terrorist groups, and links with facilitation of foreign terrorist fighters' movements. So again, there's a variety of combinations possible, and the most practical recommendation is really to continue look into linkages, including through parallel financial investigations. In this regard, the UN Security Council has in particular highlighted the key role of financial intelligence units through analyzing and detecting transactions that may be linked to human trafficking, as well as disseminating guidelines and risk indicators. However, we do have persisting challenges in this area, including the difficulty in collecting evidence, lack of expertise, lack of will or appetite to look further for linkages. It's often not a priority for member states to go a step further, an effort further, and explore what's behind the crime. And as a result, and as noted in our global implementation survey from 2021, there continues to be near complete impunity for human trafficking perpetrated in terrorism context. So again, how to address this? Parallel financial investigations, listing individuals involved in human trafficking that may meet designation criteria for Daesh Al-Qaeda Sanctions Committee, enhancing cooperation both between states but also between the different agencies that are involved in investigating human trafficking on one side, terrorism, money laundering, terrorism financing on the other. Another type of crime that we know the linkages are quite strong with is the various types of exploitation, legal or illegal, and trade in natural resources. It is a significant source of profit for criminals, and also sometimes used as opportunities to finance terrorist activities and groups. In July 2021, FATF noted in its report on money laundering threats that there is evidence that armed groups and terrorist organizations do, to varying extents, rely on certain environmental crimes to support and finance their operations. In our own report in 2022, rather Trends Alert, it's a brief version of a report, we have highlighted well-documented examples of terrorism financing through the proceeds from exploitation or trade in natural resources, including in relation to oil and natural gas, natural resources used for agriculture and fishing, such as livestock, red pepper, coffee, timber, but also wildlife, minerals, and precious metals, just to name a few, and charcoal, of course. While many examples of exploitation or taxation involve control of territories by terrorist groups, the Trends Alert actually also explains how the trade in natural resources most often spills across borders, and its proceeds may infiltrate the financial systems of countries that are not directly affected by the presence of terrorist groups in their territories. And therefore, it is inevitable that we all work on a deeper understanding of these linkages and the phenomenon, and not just stop at the statement that, you know, a territory of a particular state is not directly affected and therefore not concerned. We've identified key challenges in this area, and they include, first of all, gaps in national risks assessments, also the lack of AML-CFT regulation and risk-based supervision in the sectors concerned. There are practically no states that apply AML-CFT regulations to, say, fishing sector or national parks. There's also a lack of mechanism for exchanging information with other states regarding the unusual transportation of resources, such as gold or precious stones. There's persistent lack of capacity and expertise to investigate cases with potential terrorism financing linkages. There are also weaknesses in building networks of practitioners and establishing channels for intelligence sharing. And of course, more related to our main topic today, there is also the need to be able to use new technologies that enable relevant authorities to understand supply chains and detect emerging trends. There's continues to be a lack of public-private cooperation and partnerships, and also coordination with civil society and academia. Moving on, similar situation almost with the issue of illicit trade in cultural property. We know that terrorist groups like Daesh have actually institutionalized the looting and illicit sale of artifacts as an important source of their revenue. While the precise amount is still unknown, the most conservative estimates point to tens of millions of dollars stemming from these activities alone. Adding to the complexity of these linkages, social media and e-commerce platforms are providing new avenues for terrorists to take part and reap profit from the illicit trade in cultural objects. We've held a series of events on the topic, including the virtual roundtable discussion in September 22 and a dedicated side event convened during the High-Level Counterterrorism Week in June this year, working in close cooperation with UNESCO and permanent missions of the states for whom this topic is a priority. And those events and analyses have highlighted, among other issues, the digital dimension of the trade, noting, as I mentioned, the social media platforms that can be exploited by terrorists to advance the illicit trade of cultural property, as well as to generate proceeds from other related activities, for example, through monetizations that is related to videos they place on platforms. Detecting, investigating, and prosecuting the illicit trafficking of cultural property, particularly when associated with terrorist groups, continues to be challenging, unfortunately, as every single example that I'm going to discuss in this presentation. Again, given the limited awareness and under-prioritization of the issue, insufficient understanding on linkages, insufficient efforts to enhance the capacity of expertise, and insufficient data collection and coordination. To support all these efforts of the member states in addressing these challenges, CITAD, UNESCO, and International Association of Prosecutors are partnering for a 3-year project that will conduct a comprehensive analysis of the phenomenon and provide valuable guidance, well, we hope it will be valuable, on how to enhance criminal justice responses to this. We understand that there is some interest from the UAE in CITAD's work on this particular topic, and we would welcome further engagement on the draft project to provide guidance on, on investigating and prosecuting these crimes. Closer to the discussions of these 2 days, CITAD has been paying increasing attention to terrorism financing associated with new technologies, including mobile payments, virtual assets, internet payment system, crowdfunding platforms. My colleagues, Franz and Nicole, yesterday mentioned the Delhi declarations and our ongoing work on the non-binding guiding principles sufficient amount of times. So I will not dwell on this. You will, by now, I think, hear enough from that. As mentioned in this year Basel AML index that was published this Monday, there are billion-dollar scandals and scams, roller coaster-style volatility, and indications that organized crime groups are using cryptocurrencies to hide, launder illicit funds, but also terrorist groups are known to have received funding via cryptocurrencies, while others are taking advantage of those types of assets to circumvent sanctions, gain revenue, and also use hacks and cyber scams. So we've heard from, in particular, a colleague from South Korea on one of the types of these illegal activities, but just also to recap a few very recent publications by the FATF, including on cyber-enabled fraud as a major transnational organized crime that has grown exponentially in recent years. It is a joint venture of the FATF, Egmont, and Interpol that has analyzed the methods used for cyber-enabled fraud, its links to other crimes, and also how criminals may exploit vulnerabilities in new technologies. It was published, I think, just this month, and it's full of examples of national operational responses and strategies, also risk indicators and anti-fraud requirements and controls. So by all means, please use it and disseminate to your reporting entities and other relevant private sector partners. Another recent report by the FATF on these issues analyzes the methods that criminals use to carry out their ransomware attacks and how payments are then made and laundered. I think we've discussed enough the issue of virtual assets throughout the 2 days, but just to note that, of course, the guidelines and the targeted implementation updates are being continuously released and updated by the FATF to keep up with the trends, but also the persisting gaps. On crowdfunding, again, Nicole and Kamal yesterday cited enough to the most recent FATF report. CITED was part of the project team and provided ample expert contributions, so we fully endorse the conclusions of that report, and I can confirm that we're on the same page with that. All of these were just to kind of highlight the dimension and the variety of possible combinations. But in common, the Security Council of the United Nations has offered some measures that it requires from all member states, or it expects from all member states to put in place. Some key measures to address all of these possible linkages are on the slide. And they really range from strengthening legal and operational frameworks to much broader matters of good governance and fight against corruption and financial crime. But one of the key ones remains the coordination, both on the international level and the national one, because a very large variety of agencies are involved. Again, with the diversity of linkages in mind, it has become clear that our responses must be comprehensive, coordinated, and adaptable in order to facilitate identification of the circumstances in which terrorists might benefit directly or indirectly from criminal activities or from their criminal connections. CITED has actually identified certain key vulnerabilities that are common, regardless the exact nature of nexus or its combination. And as I've mentioned throughout the presentation, those include the failure to assess the relevant risks and therefore to understand the threat, and the lack of financial investigations aimed at tracking the proceeds of illicit activities by terrorist groups. The issue of capacity and expertise is also recurrent and key to be addressed. We realize that further work is needed from all of us to overcome interinstitutional barriers to information sharing between institutions that are responsible for CT and those that are responsible for organized crime. In most cases, in most states, this would be different agencies. States should also address the current limited use of financial intelligence, limited understanding of vulnerabilities, and enhance cooperation. And I think to recap and move forward, the overall message is that effective responses need to have those three key components. First, a coherent legislative framework against terrorism, organized crime, and corruption. Second, the institutional capacity to carry out complex investigations and ensure interagency information exchange and partnerships with the private sector. And third, which is almost always omitted, at least in the AML-CFT context, which is considered to be technical. But that third important element is a clear political will to do so and the commitment to resolve the issue. Effective strategies to disrupt the linkages between terrorism and organized crime require assessment of risk, proper understanding, but also responses that are based on that assessment, therefore the risk-based approach. And to achieve that, governments can consider looking to develop a greater understanding of how unregulated financial flows are used in their countries. They could also consider investing in a special financial investigation teams focusing on identifying vulnerabilities in then the regulated financial system, while also isolating trends in the unregulated one to understand which one are used as vehicles for TF and ML. Different disruption strategies are appropriate depending on the specific nature of nexus, of course. from law enforcement to sanctions that have both proven effective, but also extending them to other disruption strategies that have been also listed and analyzed by the FATF. Financial intelligence has proven extremely useful within the framework of countering also what we call disorganized and petty crime, and of course continuous cross-pollination of knowledge and responses. It is also important to sensitize and train practitioners on various relevant authorities to disrupt the organized crime, terrorism linkages activities that can be facilitated on the internet or through other modern technologies, or whatever they're called now, since it's not so new anymore. They should be taught how to identify, trace, and counter the illicit digital methods that are used for terrorism financing, including fraud, ID theft, and others, and be able to carry out data forensics. To conclude, the main message I want to leave you with remains the classical, very short slogan, follow the money. If we are not proactively looking for potential links with terrorism financing, we will most likely not find them, and our understanding of risks and threats will remain incomplete, thus hampering the ability to respond effectively. I thank you for your attention. I remain available for any questions or additional information. In the presentation that will be shared, you will also have references and sources to reports that I mentioned, and even more of those are accessible through our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Svetlana, for the presentation. We will now have our lunch break, and we will commence at 2 p.m. sharp. Before you leave, if you may give us a minute of your time to answer a quick survey that would enable us to know your opinion on the workshop. You will find the survey by scanning the barcode on the screen in front of you. Thank you.
streets. Panic. Flying machines.
Welcome back, esteemed guests. I hope you enjoyed this lunch break. We will now start the next session on... Sorry. Sorry. And for that, I would like to welcome to the stage... sorry. We will now start the last segment of the workshop. And for that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Nicholas Smart from Crystal Blockchain, who will cover the session on blockchain analytics. How can private sector investigate emerging technologies such as virtual assets? Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm conscious that I have the immediately after lunch session, and we're going to be talking about terrorism financing and crypto assets. I'll try and keep it as light as I can. I really appreciate your attention, and obviously that's that. On the screen is my QR code. You can scan it there, and you can have my details. Just as a quick way of introduction, my name's Nick. I'm the Director of Blockchain Intelligence and Data at Crystal Blockchain. We're a blockchain intelligence company, so we provide tools that allows you to, trace funds, monitor transactions, all that good sort of stuff. In terms of my personal background, I've been a career intelligence analyst. I've spent about 20 years looking at intelligence problems, most of them around the counterterrorism space, but also in information security, which is sort of my background. So the first thing I'd like to discuss with you is what are the goals of a crypto asset investigation? Like, we've talked a lot today about, like, you can investigate them, but like, what can we expect from an investigation at all? Like, what can we anticipate is going to work? So I've sort of narrowly defined it into 5 major objectives, and an investigation can be one of these or a combination of them. The first one we can do is confirm or deny an activity. So did party A receive funds from party B? Did an individual donate money to a terrorist organization? A second thing we can do is we can look for the source of the funds. So this particular group or person that did something, where did their money come from? We can look at where their money went to, as in which place did the money that was stolen from get taken to, or which exchanges or service providers were facilitating the terrorist organization, let's say. We can also use it to infer connections between 2 different groups. Something that we know about counterterrorism is that often groups are networked together, right? They rely on each other because they don't have any regional influence, but they may be part of a broader network. By looking at the financial flows in crypto assets, perhaps we can associate different groups around common causes and understand some of the financial relationships between them. Pretty much everything you can do with a normal bank transfer. And the final thing then is we can bring some sort of resolution perhaps to a dispute. And in this example, I'm not speaking specifically about terrorism financing, but if there's allegations of a fraud or something else, we can look for evidence on chain and determine whether or not what we think's been alleged has actually happened. But let's look at it as terrorism financing more specifically. And I think we've heard from many speakers over the past 2 days about the concerns regarding crypto assets and terrorism financing. And perhaps the most visible example you've seen of crypto assets and terrorism financing is through fundraising campaigns, right? Because it's a really simple methodology. I can share a cryptocurrency wallet address on a social media platform, or a QR code, or on a flyer or on a poster, and it's a very easy way for me to solicit donations, particularly as my options to receive money to like a PayPal or a bank account might be interrupted by the authorities directly and quicker. Similarly, things like crowdfunding platforms like GiveSendGo or even Kickstarter could be abused by these matters, but they have moderation and people can take action fairly quickly for it. However, we've also seen some examples of crypto assets being used for other sorts of activities, including paying for perhaps, what we call bulletproof hosting, so web servers that won't be taken down or respond to government requests for them to be shut down, or even in some cases, on a lesser extent, the payment of, for weapons and equipment, although this is something that I haven't seen a ton of evidence about. I'd also like to add as well that the use of crypto assets for terrorism financing isn't just one group's doctrine. It's not confined to any specific player in the marketplace. From neo-Nazi groups based in North America through to separationists based in South Africa or wherever else, they all have different ways of doing it, but commonly they may use crypto assets in their motivations. Though what might be different, though, is which crypto assets they take on board. And I'll cover that in a second when we talk about what I call the laundering plan. The final thing as well to discuss, cash still remains very much king. Crypto assets are certainly something that's hit the media a lot lately for lots of various cases, but it's still not proportionally, or at least hasn't been detected in a proportional way of a comparative to cash donations. And there are some pretty strong reasons for that, I believe. So the context of this is a slide from a still from a TV show called South Park, and the context behind this was, as a young boy, woke up every night to small gnomes stealing his underpants and carting them away in the middle of the night. And eventually, he confronts the gnomes and goes with them to where they're collecting the underpants, and the gnomes tell him their plan for what they're going to use them for. And they divide it into 3 phases. There's phase 1, which is collect underpants, phase 2, and then phase 3 is profit. And I kind of feel like this model applies to a lot of people's discussions around terrorism financing, in that we have phase 1, which is get crypto assets, we've got some donations, something happens, and now we've got a viable terrorist organization, we can go and do attacks, we can do propaganda or recruiting or whatever else we need to do. And I think the problem I find is a lot of the analysis around crypto assets and terrorism financing focuses far too heavily on the donations aspect and not enough about the latter 2 stages, is how do you take this money you've raised, stored and moved, and turn it into some kind of operational capability. And for that reason, I come up with this idea of what I call the laundering plan. So crypto assets, as you've heard throughout the entire content of this brief, these past few days, have a few unique features compared to traditional financial methods. Like they're generally faster, they're generally cheaper, they're generally censorship resistant, as in you can't block them. But not all crypto assets are created the same way. And because they move faster, and because perhaps they're more visible, a group will really need to consider carefully a few factors before they actually go ahead and start running a campaign in crypto assets. And the 4 things that I've sort of narrowed it down to are the operational security, the stability of the currency they're going to request, their ability, and this is very critical, their ability to convert it into something else, and then final, which may not be acknowledged by the group directly, is their internal capability, like what they understand in terms of crypto assets themselves, or how they understand and use their technology. So here's just a few considerations you want to have a look at that might go through, the mind of a terrorist financier. The first things we're thinking, okay, what intermediary steps am I going to do? Like, what does the end state? What currency do I want? Do I want dollars? Do I want, do I want British pounds? Do I want euros? Can I store it so no one else can take it from me? Can I save money on fees because, I don't want to waste money? What services am I going to use? Do I have a relationship with them? And then in between all of this, I've got all these expenses, like paying my fighters' salaries or my supporters' salaries. I've got to pay medical bills if they've been injured. Maybe if they've been bereaved, I've got to pay their families. I've got to run a propaganda campaign. And also, don't forget at the very bottom, I've got to save a bit of money for myself because I'm such a good guy as a terrorist organization. I needed my own little payout. And ironically, that's usually where the money goes. So let's look at some of the other fundraising activities. So we talked a bit about donations as being like the main and primary use of crypto assets for fundraising, but as we heard in the previous presentation, the connection between organized crime and terrorism organizations is pretty well established. Like we have really good examples of organizations in the past who've acted as terrorist organizations, but formerly were serious organized crime groups. And even in crypto assets, we do see some evidence on chain perhaps suggesting a relationship between illicit service providers and terrorism finance-related entities. Here's a still from our product where we have like an overview of a particular entity. So this isn't one specific cryptocurrency wallet, it's a collection of wallets that we know are associated with one particular group. And here we can see, it's only 0.87% of cryptocurrency, but they had sent money to some illicit marketplaces. These ones are for, in many cases, these are fake identity document marketplaces or even illicit substances like drugs. But generally speaking, it's a fairly overall share. But that's not necessarily a case of us knowing better, as in, like, we have a lot of good visibility on what goes on chain, and we spend a lot of time and effort. Our company does, and many other companies do too. We spend lots of energy and effort trying to work out what's happening, but we don't know everything. Like, we really, really can't tell you 100% what every single address is and who it belongs to. It's an unachievable target. We work really hard, but we don't always know. But in this case, you can see it's a fairly low overall share of their interactions. Similar to that as well, we see more often than not the shared use of service providers. What do I mean by that? I mean that one service might function as like a local money changer in one particular area, because that's how money gets moved in some parts of the world. And they are providing services to terrorist organizations as well. And it's very difficult, and it's I would say it's not even difficult, it's not possible for us as just purely on chain to determine motive. Right? We can see that money's come from somewhere, we can see that money's gone to somewhere, but we can't necessarily tell the motivation behind the donation or behind the money that's been transmitted there. You still need other sources of data to confirm or deny what's gone on and prove intent. So let's circle back to operational security, that first of those sort of 4 factors we talked about. The first thing to discuss then is, well, how am I going to get my money in the first place? And the group must have a conversation internally and strike a balance between getting as much attention as possible to maximize their donation activity against having that address becoming known to the authorities or having the money seized on the exchange or something like that. So highly visible campaigns, and I think this was touched upon in one of the previous speeches, are becoming less common when they're directly attributed to a terrorist organization. Right? The days of the guys holding a flag and standing there with their weapons and stuff, they're kind of dying away, because they've learned that when they do that and we see it, we label it and exchanges can do something about it. Now, there might be a time delay, right, between the moment that we detect that and the moment it's labeled and the time that it takes the exchanges to respond. Like, it's not an immediate process, but those days are going away. And instead, they now sort of have some sort of checks. You now need to join a Telegram group. You need to be vetted by somebody inside the organization. You need to prove your sort of mettle with them before they'll let you in the door and start giving you cryptocurrency deposit addresses. The ones that do still have public donation addresses typically ask for privacy coins like Monero or Zcash. What we're seeing more prevalently, though, is the hijacking of good causes, where there's some sort of humanitarian efforts or some kind of relief effort based on maybe it's natural disaster or crisis, and a terrorist organization will use that particular crisis as a front for their own funneled donations. And again, we don't know that. We can see the fundraising campaign for this particular campaign. Like, we can see it's being raised money for, supporting somebody perhaps after an earthquake or perhaps after, a tsunami or some sort of natural disaster. But we don't know that money's going directly to a terrorist organization. We just see the raising phase to this group, which is why you need extra sources. And as you can see there, like on my little diagram, you can see that on the left-hand side, that's the sort of the old way, where lots of people see one Bitcoin address or one wallet address for them to go and donate to, and that little yellow figure is my team sitting there looking out for these guys and collecting the addresses and sticking them in our tool. And then on the other side, we actually have what's more common these days, which is, it's a peer-to-peer exchange. You join a news group or something else like that. Hey, do you want to join to support us? Yes, please. They'll let you in. Then they'll give you the payment address. They'll also give you a unique payment address. So it may be different from the rest of the pot. Like, they'll separate funds out to prevent themselves being caught. And again, going on forward a little bit, but that really depends on the skill and the capability of the group, like how much they understand about the technology. I've tried to summarize our sort of findings in this table here. On the left column, we've got factors. That conversion, stability, security, and skill level, and like 3 of like the main sort of domains. So we have the native tokens for Bitcoin and Ethereum, so a Bitcoin, and some of the considerations on conversion you might have is you can convert it fairly easily, like there's a big secondary market. If you've got lots of it, you can probably find somebody to buy it from you because there's a big market for it. It's not so stable, and it's generally easily traced, but with technical skill, you can perhaps make that more difficult, like a mixing service or a CoinJoin wallet, or even in some cases a layer 2 network might help that for you. But it does also require a little bit of skill, and if it's done badly, it might be discovered. But generally speaking, this is like the easiest option. I think that's kind of where we were before. moving forward into like the privacy coin types is, well, there's less places for them. Like there's not such a big secondary market for Monero, which is one of its big drawbacks for raising funds, right? It's good for intermediary stages, like if you've got a layering plan, it might work. But if you've got $50 million of Monero you've raised in a funding campaign, you've now got to find somebody who's willing to take $50 million of Monero off you. It's much more complicated, given what it is. Similarly, they're more volatile because of the large amounts of money and the low liquidity, fairly thin. It also is helpful because you can't block it, right? We can't detect it. Like tools, automated, can't do the screening of these transactions because it's designed with that in mind. Ironically, for Monero, one of their community pools was hacked, I think for $30 million about a week and a half ago. And we were wondering if we were going to send an email to the community pool or the developers of Monero saying, hey, do you want us to trace it for you? Oh, we can't because you've decided to make it this way. So they kind of fall on their own sword, and maybe that's a problem for them too. And a technical skill level, I've said higher there, you need specialist software. You need to use a specific type of wallet, and that obviously correspondingly raises the risk of detection. So if law enforcement sees your phone and you've got the Monero app on it, like you're dealing with somebody who's more interesting, maybe you've got some more data around them. The final one, and I think this is where we're seeing like the biggest upswing, is in stablecoins. And these are the token standards, ERC20 for Ethereum and TRC20, which is on the Tron blockchain. There are lots more options to convert this, particularly for USDT, and I'll talk about it in a minute. It's a stable coin. It's got a stable value. Because it's on an Ethereum blockchain or the Tron blockchain or the Binance Smart Chain, they're generally easily traced. They don't have the additional features, perhaps, of like Monero do, although, again, you can add some of those anonymity components to it. But that's that. What's also fundamentally interesting about majority of stablecoins, not all of them, is the ones that are centrally issued, so USDC from Circle Finance, USDT from Bitfinex. These can be blocked centrally by contract. If you present to the issuers of the stablecoin, you say, this is my reason for it, it's a lawful request, they can revoke those tokens and you can remove them from the game. There are decentralized stablecoins. DAI is one that you may or may not have heard about, which doesn't have the same facility, but certainly with Tether and USDC, this is possible. And in terms of the technical capability, it's a little bit higher. I sort of like compare it, they're not a million miles apart from like normal cryptocurrency assets like Bitcoin or Ethereum, but it does require a little bit more knowledge. Like you need to understand like what you're buying and what you're looking at. So remember, we go back to that terrorism financing model, raise, store, move, spend. Let's just cross over onto store and move quickly. So the majority of terrorism financing cases that have been publicly reported have involved funds being sent to or from centralized exchange service providers, which is generally why they were detected, right? That's generally why law enforcement or investigators were able to act, because it went to an exchange. But the idea of self-custody might also be an option, right? So rather than keep my funds on an exchange where it could get seized by the government, maybe I'll keep it in self-custody. But we're now introducing a new level of issue for the group, which is I might lose the ledger or the private key, or if I've made multiple copies of it, do I trust all the people in my organization to sort of like safeguard that information and not just run away with it? I mean, you can come up with some technical solutions like multi-signature wallets and things, but it's still a big risk to me to sort of start putting it on a hardware wallet. And generally speaking, what we see is this idea of Occam's razor, which is a system doesn't need to be more complicated than it has to be to work. So when it comes to terrorism use of crypto assets, we have seen them use mixing services. We have seen them use privacy coins. We have seen them do that. But if the receiving end is an exchange, that's like a Hawala who's just decided he's going to start accepting USDT on Tron, and he doesn't have a KYC solution, he doesn't have KYT, he hasn't bought Crystal or Chainalysis or Elliptic or anyone else, why would I bother using any of these services? There's no need for me to do that because I can just go straight through. And then it's also about what the capability is used for. This slide here, this is not a denigration of these service providers. They are completely working hard to try and counter this kind of behavior. This is a particular individual who was advertising cryptocurrency exchange accounts to be paid for. So he basically said, hey, come to me. Are you having problems with crypto assets in your country, as in your nationality is blocked on this exchange? Don't worry, I've got you. And he was offering this service to people within some territories which are fairly high risk for terrorism financing. So even though an exchange does its part, it puts in place its KYC and its KYT, there are still people out there trying to get around these things, and they do cater to these environments fairly often. So there are some capabilities that they want to spend on which are more suited to crypto assets, like purchase of this kind of stuff, like fake documents, because they're more readily available, is certainly helpful for a criminal or a terrorist organization, so that's fairly good. And the same for bulletproof hosting. Many of them want cryptocurrency payments. But the ability to convert it from one type into another is still a reason why I personally think they haven't picked up so much, because it's still an issue to do it particularly at scale, right? I know there have been lots of discussions about like the value of cheap terrorism, and particularly like domestic terrorism attacks, perhaps like in Europe or wherever else. Like they're relatively inexpensive. I think Kamal said renting a truck was like lowest $50 a week or something like that. Like that's true, but to run a whole terrorist organization, you need a lot of money. Like particularly a really large one. Like you've got a lot of obligations. You've got to pay bribes. You've got to do all these things. It doesn't really suit itself straight away for crypto assets. Though crypto assets themselves can be used for these things, such as paying bribes or even commissioning cyber attacks. So there are plenty of cyber actors or hacktivists out there who will take money from you in crypto assets to go and deface a website or shut down a government office or something like that. And as I said before, we do see USDT being increasingly popular. And again, I think there are a number of things around this, mainly on the Tron blockchain, because the technology is good, right? It's fast, it's really cheap, it works, and if we all agree that one USDT is one USD, then it's a good system for me, like it works. Which kind of brings me on to this idea of like where we need to go with supervision and where like the weak points are, and I touched on it previously. And this is the supervision of like local exchange service providers. Anyone who's sort of like been around the region or been to like South Asia or anywhere else like that knows that you'll find money changes everywhere, right? I went to Afghanistan, I saw piles of banknotes at some guy's shop, Hawala. This is just how people who don't have like really developed financial infrastructure institutions like move money around. It's normal. And we're starting to see a growing popularity and trend of crypto assets to augment existing remittance services. So like, cyber hawalas, I don't know if you want to call them something cool like that. And this is often in jurisdictions where there's either no licensing or no enforcement or no supervision, which are often the places that are correspondingly used by terrorist organizations, right? Because there's a lack of stable governance. And as the opportunity to convert from a crypto asset into, a more exchangeable currency, like a fiat currency or something else increases, the opportunities for terrorism finance to take advantage of this methodology certainly rises. And from my effort, there's a few things to take away from today is preventing the abuse of these local exchanges is really critical. And as I said earlier, the guys who run these counters don't have access to Crystal or Chainalysis or TRM or Elliptic or any of the other competitors out there. They don't have this. They just see the tether arrive on their phone. Okay, I've got my money, carry on. Like they don't do the screening. Now that's a vulnerability, right? We're also going to try and tell these guys that, hey, you want to do this, you need to do all this other stuff and spend money. It's a hard sell. But why is this? So this photograph here is actually from a colleague of mine who's based in Beirut. I just said to him, can you go and have a walk around and see if you can find any crypto businesses? I believe cryptocurrencies are legal in Lebanon, but I'll have to check on that. But yeah, it's increasingly happening, right? It's increasingly happening for stable payments, particularly for countries where there are lots of, expat workers. It may represent an opportunity to send money home more cheaply, right? I don't want to use Western Union or TransferWise. When I can send USDT, I'll get a good rate and it'll get there fast and it's super, super cheap. So I'm getting more money for myself. And as I said before, Tron's the most popular. And on a recent study that we did, 19 out of 20 local exchange service providers that we surveyed supported the Tron network. All of them supported USDT, and correspondingly, only 4 of them wanted Bitcoin or Ethereum, which I found quite surprising, to be honest with you. So, Tron is certainly a big network. It's cracking technology, but you can see it's starting to get adopted in more places because of its, its strengths. Let's talk a bit about the future then. The first thing to say is the detection of fundraising address is difficult and is getting harder as they kind of work out how we operate, right? They work out how law enforcement or blockchain analytics find their stuff. You're not going to find them easily leaving stuff around that's sensitive anymore. There is a realistic possibility, 25% chance of a migration to privacy coin types. However, there's still all the other baggage with them, conversion, volatility, large liquidity problems, which makes it difficult. That being said, though, privacy coins are very good for, other forms of criminal activity, such as, child sexual abuse material purchasing or low-level transactions, sub $50. They're fairly common for that. Another big one, and I feel like I owe you some honesty, is that there becomes an overconfidence in the capabilities of what we do as blockchain analytics tools. And certainly on an exchange's side, if they believe that, well, I've bought, the market leader, or I've bought, these 5 products, I'm going to have no issues with my KYT. That's not true. You still need to do your KYC. You still need to do your due diligence. You still need to do enhanced due diligence. You still need to supervise your clients on what they're doing and inspect their profiles and do all the other good stuff that comes along with it. We can certainly help, and we can give you loads of context potentially around what's happening, but we're not a solution in our own right. We need to be part of an integrated approach. I'd say also the idea as well is that bans are something that are less effective because it still happens. My personal view is that mandatory registration of crypto asset service providers, supervision, and then more importantly, enforcement of that supervision is what works, right? And I'll cast the mind back to Hawala or whatever else. Hawala has been ever since the 2001, everyone spoke about Hawala like it was this evil beast that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It's just how people have moved money for centuries. What are we saying? Registration, supervision, and enforcement are the ways you tackle this problem. It doesn't need to be anything else. You register them, you supervise them, you enforce it, and then you're doing something. You go to a Hawala, back in the day, you go into them, you say, okay, give me your phone number, show me your ledgers, give me an idea of who your bank accounts are, we can supervise you. And then we come and see them every 2 months or whatever else, and we carry on, normal jogging, whatever else. With crypto asset service providers, we could potentially just go to them and say, hey, tell me your hot wallet addresses. Don't just rely on the blockchain analytics tools. Tell me, as part of your disclosure to us as a regulator, what are your hot wallet addresses? Where do you store your funds? You don't need to tell anybody else, but where are you storing your money? Where are the deposits coming in and out of? So we can supervise what you're doing. And you can say the same thing to the informal value transfer guys. Hey, you guys want to use crypto assets? Here's a few things around you. We can help you get access to tools. We can do things like that. But also we can say mandatory register with us, so at least we have some idea what's going on. And the final thing I want to say, and again, I will never overstate what we can and can't do, but we're really good, but as long as we know about it. I'll give you an example. Everyone probably has heard of Hydra Marketplace. It's a very famous darknet marketplace that was shut down in a joint raid by a number of authorities about a year and a half ago. Hydra Marketplace, most blockchain analytics companies knew about it. But once it was seized and all the addresses got put on a sanctions list, we all could see everything that was going on with Hydra Marketplace, which is good, right? But if we'd never come across it as an analytics firm, if we'd never seen it before, how would we know? And if we didn't know, then there's no way our clients would know either. So I think it's important to say that we know stuff, and when we find out about it, we can illuminate a whole lot of things. But until then, it's very much in the dark. Okay, I just want to talk finally about investigating terrorism finance and crypto assets. As I said to you at the very start of this, what we're identifying is a financial relationship between two parties. It's not a motive, it's not an intent. It's really important to get that clear because, again, the idea that a terrorist organization might hijack a humanitarian cause or something else that's completely unrelated to their core business and use that as a way of hiding what they're really doing is a realistic possibility and has certainly happened. We can also give you an idea of how much money they got, but we don't know what it was spent on. We can see raise, well, maybe. We can see store. We can see move. Can we see spend? No, we can't see that. That still requires on-the-ground intelligence services, law enforcement guys to go in there and do the hard work and find out. We can help get you to that point with our tools and our work and the investigation side, but you still need to go there and find out what's going on. You also need to have an active public-private partnership, and I'm heartened to hear over the past 2 days that that's really been pushed, particularly in this jurisdiction. They really want to have the support of industry as well as, strong law enforcement to go with it. And what I would say in that is that lawful, directed, and responsible intelligence collection by public agencies. My team, I have a team of analysts who spend their time and effort navigating the dark web, going on Telegram and talking to drug dealers and talking to criminals and trying to find out cryptocurrency addresses from them that we can then package up and stick into our platform so that our clients can be aware of what's happening on theirs. I pose a question. We can do this, but it would be far more advantageous if this was done by a public authority who have a more broad remit and a lawful remit in some cases to do this kind of activity. Some particular types of collection. So let's talk about terrorism financing. They've now moved to a model where they're closed groups and you need to be a participant inside a group to collect the information. I don't want one of my researchers to have to join into some extremist conversations to masquerade as a participant to end up with the police arriving at his door and saying, why are you doing this? Oh, we were just chasing some information. Let's leave that to the professionals who should be there doing that. But we also need to do it around. Our clients don't know unless we tell them, and we don't know unless we're told. So maybe that needs to sort of work out a way of sharing that relationship and information. As you said, a proactive, diligent private sector crypto service operators, people who want the technology to flourish, but not at any cost. Right? People who really want it to flourish, but in a safe and responsible way. When I hear a lot of people from Crypto Talk, they all point to the 2009 white paper and Satoshi Nakamoto's statement around Chancellor to bail out banks in the UK and how the economy was crashing and it's the fault of the banks, right? We want to be better than them. If we want to show traditional finance as, being archaic and untrustworthy, then we need to step up our game ourselves. And that is going to mean some hard truths about what we do, right? We're going to have to sit there and, show some moral courage and say, okay, bad people are using our platform, but we're working really hard to tackle it. The final thing I want to talk about then is some lessons we can take from cyber threat intelligence. So, as I said, I'm a career intelligence practitioner. That's like my love of things. I could talk about spying and intelligence all day as an analyst, but I think we can take some lessons from cyber threat intelligence. For example, in the US, they have the Cyber Emergency Response Team, and they frequently publish updates and advisories about vulnerabilities on software and patches and threat groups and who's coming after your infrastructure today and tomorrow. And that greater sharing of information empowers businesses inside the, inside the US, or actually globally, I guess, because they share a lot of the information, to take action against these bad guys. And all organized crime, not just terrorism, relies on a lack of international cohesion. Like, they want us to be divided. They want us to be siloed. They want us to be protective of our data sources and everything else, because that allows them to operate with the impunity they do. Because, whereas we see like a national boundary, like they just see more open space. Like when you get into a plane and fly from, Dubai to London, you don't look down and see like all the lines on the map and people walking around them because they don't want to go into the other person's place. Like, they don't care. And terrorists and serious organized crime groups really, really don't care. In fact, they exploit it as much as they can. And if you really want to fight a network, if you really want to take a lump out of these guys and stop all the harm and the evil that they spread in the world, it takes a network to fight a network. So we really need to have a better sharing of information. I point to things like 314B of the Patriot Act about sharing information between financial institutions. If I'm one of those guys who's got a fake account at Binance that I've paid for KYC for, what's to stop me from just walking down the road to OKX or HTX or Coinbase or anybody else because they don't talk to each other because, we're in different jurisdictions? We need to share that information. We need to have a place for us to have that sharing. And it can't be just party to like one blockchain intelligence company. Like, it shouldn't just be a private sector initiative. It should be something that the public sector say, hey, look, we're sharing this information. We can't tell you where we got it from, but this is what you need to look out for. And I would strongly suggest that would go a long way to ensuring the safety and certainly promoting the reputation of crypto asset service providers. I'm 6 minutes left, but I know we started a little bit late. Do I have time for questions? I do? Okay, 2 questions. Does anyone have any questions? I'll take it as an early lunch then. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your statement and presentation. With that, we conclude our session for the workshop. I would like to now call to the stage Mr. Ahmed Al-Filasi, the head of National Cooperation Section in the TFS department.
أصحاب السعادة.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. Allow me at the conclusion of this workshop to express our thanks for your participation with us and contribution to the work of this workshop, whether you were here physically or remotely. I would like to seize this opportunity as well to thank the UNOCT and the UNCTAD as well, and the UNODC for their contributions. I would also like to thank our experts from Egypt and South Korea and from the public and the private sectors in the UAE for their efforts in relaying knowledge and exchanging information in terms of combating terrorism and terrorism financing and the effective implementation of targeted financial sanctions, and to identify what are the latest patterns used in technology. The EOCN, as a national coordinator for the implementation of UN Security Council resolutions and targeted financial sanctions, has as part of its priority the implementation of UN Security Council resolutions and international standards for TFS through enhancing the role of the different authorities in combating crime and sharing financial information on funds of terrorists or terrorist organizations. All of us has seen the quick pace in using new technologies and virtual assets that can be misused by criminals and financiers of terrorism in their activity. This requires us all to keep abreast of the latest developments in technology and to follow up on the operations related to detecting these activities. This can be done through counterparts, informally, through FIUs, but also formally through mutual legal assistance. And this has shown positive results in depriving criminals from their illegitimate proceeds. During the past 2 days, we have seen the risks of the use of new technologies. We have identified red flags, how virtual assets can be collected, stored, moved, and used in an illegitimate matter. We also spoke of the importance of the legal framework in this regard. We also spoke of the necessary measures to counter attempts of evading targeted financial sanctions and how we can support law enforcement authorities in their investigations to trace these suspicious funds, seize and then confiscate them. I would like to thank once again the UN organizations represented here and our guests for being here. Your presence made this workshop a success. I would also like to thank the interpreters and the colleagues at the EOCN for their efforts in the organization of this meeting. Hope to see you again very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, for your sincere statement. We would like to now welcome Ms. France Luminier from the UNOCT for her closing remarks. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I won't be long. I know it has been a long day already, but Excellency, Mr. Al-Taneji, Excellency, Mr. Hamid Al-Zabi, dear participants, dear speakers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is time now to separate 2 days of an important event where we have learned, where we have shared information, practices, and concerns about new and emerging technologies, and why it is important. It is important because future is today. This is what is the key takeaway I have get from this meeting. Future is tomorrow. And actually, tomorrow I'm going to visit the Museum of the Future here in Dubai. But that said, it means that we have to acknowledge that time flies. I don't know what is the average age of the people here in the audience and online, but for me, I feel very old now. The perspective of change, the perspective of financial inclusion that these new technologies offer to the good people is immense. And I really praise technicians, engineers who actually are at the forefront of those efforts. But while it benefits to, can I have a figure of an estimation? It benefits to 99.99% of the good people in the world. Bad actors, like criminals, like terrorists, they're also rational people. And they want also to have their part of the cake, right? This is normal. So it is so important that this young generation, these young brains from all sides, public sector, private sector, and all together in a joint effort, we keep ahead of these changes. Someone said earlier today, my dear colleagues and friend Svetlana, that old and traditional methods will still survive because we are human, you know. We will continue with the things that we have been doing for decades, centuries, millenniums. So that is true, but that it will also increase the burden that we have now in front of us, because by mixing traditional methods and adding the novelty to this is really demanding double effort from us. So I encourage every one of you to keep ahead of these changes. Encourage, if it's too late for you, put your kids in the school, make them learn these techniques, make them be part of the world of tomorrow. This is exactly what I wish for this country. And I cannot finish this now by forgetting to thank the EOCN for the work that we together have been doing in countering the financing of terrorism, trying to make the world a better place. Avoiding sanction will always be in the agenda of the criminals, but we will remain there, and we will commit to stay with the EOCN and work together in implementing our partnership and our workflow all together for the coming years. And I thank you so much, Excellency. Thank you also, dear colleagues from the UN. You've come You've come a long way. And thank you also UNODC. I wish you a very successful journey in your new endeavor. Thank you, the government of Egypt. Thank you, the government of Korea, for also having undertaken this long journey, and for, I know that you succeed to see your camels yesterday, so I congratulate you. You take the block. Thank you, experts from private sector. Thank you also, Aisha from VARA, and I commend the progresses of the UAE on this important step. And actually, I think I will steal VARA representatives sometimes for sharing this nascent but effective practice with other countries that still are in research of solutions. So again, thank you to all of you. I will terminate on the importance of having this public-private partnership as strong as we can. Invest in that. There is no way that we can connect the dots without being all together in that. That goes for not only the connections between the national agencies, but that's still a struggle. But then we have to communicate, we have to exchange with the private sector. And then we have to exchange with the rest of the world. So there is a lot of work ahead. But the most important here, and as I said, is that we have to see technology as a tool and not as a constraint. And we need to preserve that agility for the best of the people. And I really thank you so much for your hospitality and for the organization of this event. Thank you, my dear colleagues from EOCN and the interpreters, the technicians, and the catering, and everyone here who contributed to this. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. France, for your statement and for thanking us. We would like to now welcome Ms. Svetlana Martinova, UN seated, for her closing remarks. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I would first like to thank the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation, and particularly His Excellency Talal Al-Tanaji, and of course the team who worked on the preparation of this workshop, as well as, of course, our dear colleagues from the UNOCT, UNCCT. We thoroughly enjoyed the hospitality of the Executive Office, the excellent venue of the event, and of course, the beautiful city of Dubai. On the substance, we had an extensive discussion on risks, threats, and trends in relation to the new technologies in the context of countering terrorism financing. I was glad to witness that collectively, we appear to have moved away from a blanket-type anxiety in relation to the emerging technologies, labeling them with all possible assumed risks, to more skeptical and constructive approaches in risk assessment, regulation, detection, or investigation. As many presenters noted, risk-based approach is at the core of the requirements, be it from the UN side or the FATF recommendations, including in the context of developing and implementing risk-based proportionate regulation, monitoring, and supervision in order to prevent the abuse of new technologies for TF purposes. As my colleague just mentioned, beyond the risks, it is important to recognize that innovations in financial products and services offer significant economic opportunities. In this regard, the UN Security Council has explicitly called for full use of new technologies to bolster financial inclusion and to contribute to the effective implementation of AML-CFT measures as such. Indeed, and as highlighted also by the work of the FATF, new technologies have the potential to make AML-CFT measures in both the public and private sectors faster, cheaper, and more effective. When used responsibly and proportionally, technology can facilitate data collection, processing, and analysis of it, help actors to identify and manage terrorist financing risks more effectively and, again, closer to real time. Technology has the ability to streamline processes like due diligence in banking, greatly reducing burdens and delays on the work of NPOs and humanitarian actors. At the same time, if not properly developed and framed, technology may also increase the risk of discrimination, exclusion, and disproportionate targeting of vulnerable groups, as well as potential gendered harm. Therefore, a balanced and holistic approach, again, based on real risks and understanding, is key. There is a continuous need to increase the exchange of information and practices in this area by relevant authorities, civil society, academia, and the private sector, strengthen the understanding of the emerging risks, analyze the opportunities offered and risks posed by the technologies in question in specific context of countering terrorism, and explore ways to achieve a more holistic global approach while ensuring full compliance with international law, including international human rights law. CTED is committed to supporting all member states in these efforts, in close cooperation and coordination with its global and regional partners. Our work in this regard includes trends analysis, assessment of gaps in the implementation, tailored recommendations to address those gaps, including through technical assistance when applicable. As noted several times, during these 2 days, we expect to soon issue guiding principles on these topics, subject to the approval of the Counterterrorism Committee. Also, and to second what Franz just said, before the end of this year, CTED will produce, first of all, an annual summary gaps assessment on CFT. This time it will be focused on gaps in TF investigation and prosecution. But second, and importantly, we are also aiming at finalizing our analytical brief on strengthening public-private partnerships on CFT, including with financial institutions, fintech, and internet and social media companies, in particular with regard to effective implementation of reporting and disclosure requirements, the use of relevant financial information from the private sector, and two-way information sharing, not one-way communication of what is known to all the actors, from trends, sources, methods on the financing of terrorism to available solutions. It really is a joint effort, and we cannot be successful if we work in silos or we exclude certain stakeholders, or we simply don't have the right framework to include them and benefit from those exchanges. Just as piece of fresh information, mid-December or mid-January, we expect to provide expert support to the FATF as lead of the UN observer delegations there on the public webinar on crowdfunding and TF, which would be held in promotion of the findings of the report that we've referred to throughout these 2 days. And I will stop here and just would like to reiterate our gratitude for the warm welcome and reconfirm our availability for any additional information and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Svetlana, for your statement. Now, without further ado, we will start the award ceremony. We would like to call to the stage His Excellency Talal Al-Taneji and Ms. France Lumineer to present the awards. So the first award goes to seated Ms. Svetlana Martinova and Nicole Al-Khouri. The Korean National Police Agency, Republic of Korea, Ms. Yeon Young. Egypt, FIU, Mr. Abdel Sattar Najjar. VARA, Dr. Aisha Ben Luta. Anyone on behalf of VARA? Okay. Hex Trust, Jeff McAllister. UNOCT, Mr. Kamal Anwar. The EO for AML CTF, Mr. Hamad Al-Ka'bi. The EOCN, Mr. Mohammed Darwish. Crystal Blockchain, Nicholas Smart. UNODC, Alexander Malisho. And last but not least, Ms. France Lumineer. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for attending the workshop, and the workshop now ends.